CP the Tool Addict. We're going to check audio here real quick. Robert, you got me loud and clear? Can everybody hear me out there? Can you guys all hear me? One Mechanic, Diabolical, Joey Barth. Diabolical, you can hear me? That's good. All right, good deal. So we got audio on my end. We just got to get Robert some audio. While he's working on that, just chime in whenever you get some audio. Just keep talking. While he's working on getting that, we'll we'll wait for him to get that checked out. But what's going on, fellas? How's everybody doing? Patch of Heaven Farms, GCAG, Walter Frederick, Tools and Trash, Bumble Brimfield, Diabolical, like I said, Joey Barth, Mr. CXCL9, Diamond D Expeditions, Mechanic School, Tim. Glad you guys all joined me tonight for the Patch of Anthony Van Bateva, a Patch of Heaven Farms. Good to see you. The dogs can hear you. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Turnings by Turner. Neil, how's it going? We've had a rough week here in CP land. MB Forwood, how you doing? Jeep Adventures. Thank you, Mr. CXL or XCL9. Robert's working on getting his audio set up, and we're going to go ahead and jump into the stream here. I'm going to talk to you guys real quick because it's been a somber and humble week for me. I'm going to let you know right now, right off the bat, that I am not in good shape. I'm going to spend the next 4 days in the hospital. So I have got some health issues. And unfortunately, I have to go do some things that I don't want to do. I've been fighting it for a long time, and it's come down to it's not going to work out for me. So, Princess Jamie, thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. Going to be building on my own engine hoist. Oh, that's awesome. Patch of Heaven Farm for a tractor. Repair promotes, Kenneth. Okay, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Princess Jamie, I have to. I've been fighting this for a long time. Hey, Jeffrey Smith. Yeah, I'm not. It's been a bad week, and it's been a bad month. It's been a bad couple weeks. It's not been good for a while, to be honest with you. But I'm not a quitter. I'm not no quitter. I can still keep a smile on my face, and I can still stay positive. I will be doing some live streaming probably from the hospital. So if you guys notice that my background looks very hospital-like, most likely to keep past the time, I will be trying to do I might be doing some additional live streaming from the hospital. I'm very tired, very weak. Will Clemens, how you doing, buddy? Jeffrey Smith. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Okay, still trying to log back in. All right, Mr. Subaru. We'll be waiting for you. No big deal. We got time. ETR Garage. How's everybody doing this week? Bought some Capri ratcheting wrenches, Anthony. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you did. Ducati parts. If you missed what I was talking about, yeah, thank you, John. If you missed what I was talking about, just scroll back real quick and listen to what I had to say. Yeah, absolutely. The only way you can get through anything is that be positive. Mr. Subaru is going to be on here. We're going to talk. We're going to have a great chat. We're going to get him fired up in here. We just had a little technical difficulties. No big deal. It happens. Roger Dryer, how you doing, buddy? I got my little heater on in here. Hopefully I can keep it going. Yeah, Princess Jamie, I've been seeing you. You've been going like gangbusters. I'm going to have some time to watch some YouTube videos, so. Sorry if I yawn a lot. It's not because I'm really tired. It's just I'm really wore out. The pup's been good. He's better than I am now. Did a couple of pairs of baby Nipex today. One went in my pants pocket. Awesome. Oh, man. It's a little chilly out here. The temp in Iowa tonight's about 40 degrees, 45-ish degrees, I suppose. Oh, here he goes. Let's see if we got him in here now. Add to stream. All right, what do we get? I got nothing still. No audio. No mic. I can't hear you. No mic. You got headphones? You got headphones? Yeah, if you got headphones, can you plug in headphones? Are you on a laptop? Yeah, try those. Yeah, he definitely did say damn it. Trust me, I should have done a little bit of a test stream, but I haven't had time this week. So it's my fault, guys. Get my mic plugged back in and see if. Can anybody hear him? Maybe it's me. Anybody hear Mr. Subaru? No. Are you on a laptop? No. Huh. Let me try something here. Let me see if I can. It says your mic isn't connected. Try that. Try hooking up your other deal. Says mic isn't connected. Still no mic connected. All right, let me try it again. Nope. This is what it's doing. Oh, I got something now. It's not. You're not muted now.
Start camera.
Ah, I hear you.
You can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Did it
You're
finally?
in.
Holy.
Yep, I finally.
All right, that was complicated enough. Well, wrong button.
Yeah, it happens. Trust me. I don't know. Sometimes the old
That's
YouTube just doesn't want to work right.
All right. Yep. I see the dots. Sound must be coming through. Okay. Now, how do we see? Okay, so over here under comments.
Yep.
So everybody can hear me now. Everything's good.
Yep. There we go. Everybody's excited now. They're all fired up now. Here we go. We're in. All right. So back to the chat here. We've got TB Tools style by. Say hi. Darian Robinson, Gary Crafter, Ducati Parts, Bill Beckett, Mark Schumacher, the man Mark Schumacher, Power Stroke Jude, AgTech 45, our Canadian connection, Occupants fired up. Mon Mechanic says loud and clear. Leave it up, you Subaru guys. Diamond D Expeditions. He must be new to the chat. I haven't seen him before. Is he? Uh-oh. We lost you again. Lost you. Lost you again. Poor guy. I'm a pretty good lip reader, Mark Schumacher says. You were going just fine. No. Man, it was going so good for a second there. Hold on a second. Yeah, Mike isn't connected. It says Mike isn't connected. Wonder if it's StreamYard. I hear people complain about StreamYard all the time. And I can't have guests on regular YouTube. Why did they quit all of a sudden? Nice, Diabolical. That's going to be awesome. It's been a long time since I've been to Little Sahara, but that's an awesome place. A lot of guys with some dune buggies out there. Tom Mater, how's it going, buddy? We're going to get this going. It's only been 13 minutes, guys. You know, we got plenty of time. No. Can't unmute your guest. The mic isn't connected still. Yeah, it still says that. Tom Gunn, what's up, buddy? We'll let Mr. Subaru work on that for a second. We're gonna have a good show once we get him going here. I promise you guys. Oh man, Possum Ridge Farm. It's like Skype meetings at work. Yeah, that's an awesome name. Lost audio. Too glitchy with two in the stream. JT Lids. Joey Morrison. One mechanic shouldn't be busy. All right, let's see if we got him now.
I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yeah, we got him. You're fine. You're in.
All right, we got to get into it quick before we glitch out again.
All right. So tonight we're having Mr. Subaru on, and I'm appreciative of having Robert on. It's hard for me to not call you Mr. Subaru because that's what I originally met you as. I started watching Mr. Subaru back when he did his first Epic 84-inch Epic Toolbox tour, and I believe you were doing a U.S. General tool cart tour back then too, a white one. That's when I first started watching you. No. All right. We're working on it, guys. This is how it goes. I remember my first live stream was like, I messed it up worse than this. I couldn't get in. I was sitting in the background. I was just looking at it like this, talking to the screen, seeing everybody sitting there, and I was like, I wasn't even in the stream.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes? No? Okay.
It's kind of faint though.
Okay, I got my little lavalier mic.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay, perfect.
Can I boost the volume anyway on my end or no?
No, you're good. You're good. I can hear you pretty loud and clear.
Okay.
I can hear you really good.
All right, this is a no-go then. That's too complicated for the computer. So
all right. Yeah.
Hopefully this doesn't work out. It's just a damn microphone. There's nothing special.
I'm really only using my Rode mic. That's all I use. I use a Rode mic and the speaker.
This is the lav off of my little Zoom field recorder. This took forever to hook up because this is my Canon. I had to download a whole firmware to run it and connect it as a webcam. So actually, the camera was the easy part. So now let me.
I was wondering why it looks really good.
Yeah, it's like $2,000 worth of camera and lens sitting here. Damn,
well, I seen that it was focusing really good. So
yeah, I cannot get this camera where I need to be to see y'all and see the daggum comments.
Right.
All right, I think that. Okay, I can see you. I can see the camera and the comment. All right, that'll work.
All right, we're ready to rock and roll now.
All right, it took damn long enough. Right?
All right, so I've kind of introduced you and everybody that a lot of people have met you or watched your channel. I think that have been in here. I've seen a lot of people that if you haven't seen Mr. Subaru's channel, he does awesome Subaru stuff. And not only that, he also has a channel that he has farm stuff he does on too. What's the name of that other channel?
At Home on the Farm. That's the farm and renovating 2 houses for rental properties and passive income and anything under the sun, basically. But haven't been very consistent there. I've been focused on the Mr. Subaru channel, so really need to split my time better.
Right, but you also are you're also a connoisseur of awesome tools, of quality tools, such as myself. So that's kind of where we kind of got a mutual thing going on there. And not only that, the other thing is you were an ex-Snap-on tool dealer, and I was an ex-Mac tool dealer.
All right.
So we had a lot of things in common and just started talking, and we're going to talk about a few of those things tonight. So wherever you want to jump off and kind of tell more about yourself, I'll let you kind of take the stage and talk a little bit more to.
Well, whichever. I mean, I tried to announce this on my channel, so hopefully some of those 70,000 subscribers are jumping the stream tonight. I posted on Instagram and on YouTube, so hopefully they'll jump in. So what's the format here? We're just basically talking about what it's actually like to be a Snap-on or Mac tool dealer, all the misconceptions people have that we're just drivers and we're hired to ride around and be millionaires and sell tools and, just scam people and give them the shaft and, all that's a bunch of BS. We're the ones that are usually getting destroyed by our individual tool company, either Mac or Snap-on, is raining hell down on us constantly. We're getting it from the customers and we're getting it from corporate. So as most people know, Snap-on, Mac, Matco, Cornwell, SK is a franchise. It's not a job you get hired to do and ride around and sell tools and make money. It is a big investment in a business. So I know this because recently I actually looked at buying another Snap-on franchise, like the idiot I am. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. But my Snap-on dealer here went out of business, and I was thinking, well, it'd be convenient to have my Snap-on route basically all around my house. I wouldn't have to move again because my last Snap-on route was about an hour and a half away from where my farm is, so I relocated. So I talked to Snap-on, and the money up front has changed dramatically. Before, the franchise fee was $10,000. They've upped it to $16,000. So $6,000 increase on the franchise fee. Franchise fee, for you that don't know, all that is your ability to put Snap-on on your shirt and on the side of your truck. Mac has a franchise fee. I'm thinking it was like $6,000 or $7,000. It was much less because I talked to Mac too after I talked to Snap-on last month. From there, the $6,000 increase on the franchise fee, they had a $3,200 fee for your new dealer training. Well, I said, look, guys, I've already been for new dealer training. I've got my certificate of completion. I was a dealer for 5 daggum years. I don't need to go to new tool training. Can I exempt that? And they said, well, no, it's the rules. You've got to pay. I'm like, I'm not paying $3,200 for training again. I'm not going back to Dallas, Texas. And they said, oh, well, COVID, we're not sending anyone to Dallas. We're just doing it online as a Zoom meeting. I said, even worse, I'm not paying $3,200 for a Zoom meeting on, hi, Mr. Customer, my name is Robert. I want to sell you this tool. Like, it's the stupidest freaking week of your life of how to talk to customers and doing skits and stuff on how exactly to talk to customers, how to push them into a sale, all that kind of slimy stuff I didn't like anyway as a tool dealer. Then there was the computer, your computer, and the Snap-on software to run the business was $2,800 for a cheap, crappy Dell Latitude laptop, but Snap-on's Chrome software is on it, so it's like $2,800. Then the down payment on the Snap-on truck, the down payment for the lease, and the down payment on your initial inventory. Initial inventory is $105,000. The truck is a 20-foot MT55 Freightliner. It goes for about $125,000, $128,000 depending on options. So I asked them. It used to be a 16-foot program van is what they called it. It was an MT45 Freightliner you started in, but now as of the beginning of 2020 or end of 2019, they mandated it had to be a 20-foot truck. So I said, okay, I don't want an MT55 because the step vans are crap. They are not built to do this kind of work. They're not built for this kind of weight. The step van's a UPS truck. It's a bread truck. It's not meant to haul around thousands and thousands of tons of tools.
No air ride.
Right.
Beat you up all day.
Right. So I said, if I'm spending $130,000 for a truck, I'm going to buy a Peterbilt 20-foot cabin chassis truck, which would have been like $140,000, which when you're talking that much money, it doesn't really matter because the payments are $500-$600 a week. All that expense that you have rolling every week to worry about. But they wouldn't let me do that. They said you have to start in a 20-foot step van. You cannot get a 20-foot Pete, a M2 Freightliner, no cabin chassis truck that you want to buy. So they already tied my hands with buying a step van. I said, okay, well, the $105,000 of inventory that I'm forced to buy, do I get to edit that? Because I know what specifically I need for my route out of that inventory, because I know what the initial inventory for Snap-on is. It's a bunch of crap that you don't ever sell. It sits on the shelves or it sits on the back door and collects dust, stuff they can't ever sell.
Yep.
I said, can I edit it? Well, no, but if you get something you don't want, you can new tool return it. Oh, so I can get $105,000 for tools, pay shipping to ship you back the stuff I didn't want to start with, and then pay more to buy the inventory I want. No. So down front, they wanted $27,500 cash money at signing the franchise agreement, 10-year contract. Then they want to see another $30,000 in a business checking account. And that's all you need to get started. That's it. Easy.
No big deal.
You sign, and from day one, you're about $250,000 in the hole Now it's time to ride around, sell tools, and hope to God you make the money back, collecting $20 to $50 a week payments from guys.
That's the big misconception that people don't understand about tool truck dealers and their business, and why I always advocate that a tool truck dealer, paying them is the most important thing weekly, because their livelihood depends on that. And I've been that guy where I've been not able to pay them, and I felt horrible, because, knowing that they make their money, that's how they make their money. That's all. Their whole business is based off that. And the bad part about it is, just like we were talking the other day, getting out of it, you feel trapped. You feel like, because you have, once you get all that money on the street, now you have to collect all that money to get out of it.
Right.
And even and that's your debt. Unless you can get the dealer to buy your debt, which 9 times out of 10, the new guy is not going to want to pay your debt, with a $250,000, so it's definitely makes people, that's what people don't understand about it. They see this truck and they just assume that those tools all show up and that truck all shows up. That's literally a nice house rolling on wheels anywhere you are in the country, probably.
Power Stroke Jude, yeah. Snap-on is a little bit higher cost to get into. Mac, I just talked to them. I think it was $12,000 or $15,000 down for Mac, and then they had no stipulation on what truck you started out with. It was a lot more lax. Matco, I didn't even give thought to. I never could sell Matco. I just cannot ride around and sell rebranded stuff. There's no way, personally, I could be a Matco dealer and have the ability to sell it, because if I don't believe in the product I'm selling, I can't sell it. That's my thing. That's how I did well as a Snap-on dealer. My dad had Snap-on. I had Snap-on young. I used Snap-on. As a dealer, I got to go around to all the factories. I saw that it was made here. That stuff absolutely boils my blood when I hear people like the Bear and all these other people on YouTube that talk crap about, Snap-on's made overseas now and all this other crap. Bullshit. Right. I will take you to Elizabethton, Tennessee. I will take you to Elkmont, Alabama. I will take you to Algona, Iowa, and you can see it with your own 2 eyes on a tour where it's made, who's making it, made here. Now, Snap-on does rebrand stuff. Mac does too. Every tool truck rebrand stuff. Every tool manufacturer rebrand stuff. I mean, there's a lot of WOW, OTC, all that stuff that we rebrand. And I know what is made in the USA, and I know what's rebranded from Snap-on as a dealer. So I knew what to invest in and what not to. But that stuff just pisses me off royal. I mean, I'll get mad at Snap-on and I'll drag Snap-on corporate all day long, because they do some horrible stuff to their dealers. They don't give a flying shit about their dealers. At the end of the day, all you are is a paycheck to them. They don't care if you stay in business, because there's always another sucker behind you with $30,000 to throw down and go through the process again. That's how I've always felt with corporate. I kind of keep them at arm's length. I don't let them get close to me. And that's another thing that really sucks about this line of work. You buy your business, you own your business, but at the end of the day, you don't have much control over it. You have a business manager, you have a sales developer, you have a diagnostic sales developer with Snap-on. You have a DSD, which is diagnostic sales developer. You have a BM business manager. You have your regional manager above him. Like, it's a triangle. I mean, you're the bottom rung of the totem pole, and everybody bonuses off of how much product they can send you and bill you for. They don't care if you get on credit hold. Once you're on credit hold, and you can't order a guy's 10mm socket he broke or something, guys don't want to pay you. It snowballs exponentially, and then you're out of business. I've seen it happen to many dealers in my area while I was a dealer. Luckily, I never got on credit hold. Luckily, I was able to keep the bills paid under. I was a Platinum Elite dealer, which we can get into the status and levels of that. But, I always kept my delinquency at a 0. At the end of every month, that's another whole can of worms. Snap-on Credit. Snap-on Credit is an entirely different corporation than Snap-on Tools. We have our very own lender built in. So anytime I sold a toolbox or a scan tool or a big ticket item and we ran it through Snap-on Credit, we're liable for that. We are judge, jury, executioner. No other business has this model in place. What it basically equates to is if you were a salesman at a car dealership, you sold someone a 2020 Silverado. You call the bank, we call Snap on Credit. We get all the financing in order. We sign the credit contract, all that. We get our payment from Snap on Credit on that sale. It goes to our tool bill. Everything's good. Now we've got to ride around for the next 5 years and collect that debt back from this guy. If he decides to sell that toolbox or scan tool on Craigslist or Facebook, we're on the hook for that dollar amount. We've got to go track him down. We've got to try to get the product back. And if we get it back, we got to try to sell it again to get our money back. I mean, it's a very high stress job just from the credit aspect of it, much less from the RA, just the regular me loaning you money on the truck kind of thing without Snap on Credit involved. I mean, when I had my route, I kept about $90,000 to $100,000 on my RA book, which was what I personally sold people on their balances they owed me. You know, they always teach us a 10-week turn. If I sell a man a ratchet that's $100, I want at least $10 a week on it so I can get my money back within 10 weeks, but preferably 5 weeks. So
right.
if I've got $100,000 on the street, I want within 10 weeks all that money back in my pocket, a 10-week turn. So if you've got $1,000, if your bill's $1,000, you pay me $100 a week minimum. You can pay more, but I need at least $100 a week. And some guys, you know, they're stuck. $20 a week's all I pay my tool man. So, all right, well, I'm capping you at $200, $300, $400 max. I can't stretch myself out because when guys would skip us, you know, oh man, I'm short this week, I can't pay whatever. Well, we're not getting a paycheck now. That was our paycheck because, you know, we collect all that money, but you got to think $150, $200 a week in diesel fuel. We got a $500 a week payment on the truck. We got $2,000 or $3,000 a week payment on our tool bill. We've got to pay for insurance. We've got to buy our groceries at home, make mortgage payments, truck payments, car payments on our personal stuff. There is a ton of expense that you have to clear to keep your head above water and being a tool dealer too. And people
it's just like any other business. It's just like any other business as far as you still have to pay the bills, but it's a little bit more stressful because, you know, just like doing shop stuff right now, I believe that being a shop owner is a little bit better deal than being a tool dealer from being on both sides of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, because they have to pay the bill in order to get the car. Whereas you can't go to any store. You know, that's why layaway programs are gone. Let's be honest. I mean, there's no layaway programs anymore because they didn't work that well. On tool trucks, they do work, but you have to have the right people. And there's a lot of good people. Don't get me wrong. And I had a lot of good. I had a lot of good customers, and they did well for me.
Right.
So that's just the big negatives of being a tool dealer. But when people complain about that stuff, I'm just as passionate as you are. I agree with you 100%. You know, like you don't understand. Like it's not as simple as that. And then obviously the tool thing is exactly. I do want to talk about that more.
About
that is
rebrand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I want to run this by you. My theory. So as being a Mac dealer for 5 years that I was doing it, and also my family and whatnot, and being around Mac tools. So in my eyes, Snap-on to me is number one, and then number two is Mac, and then I actually believe Cornwell is number three, and Matco is number four. And in this order, I'm going based off of tools that are made by the company and U.S. branded stuff, whereas Matco is not making anything.
I would put Matco at the bottom. SK and Cornwell both top them out now.
Yeah, I actually, you know what? You're 100% right. And the fact that Cornwell's got a
company.
Yeah, but people do. Right. People always argue with me though about Mac. And here's my thing about Mac is I've been to the plants where they build stuff and they have their own area where they build Mac tools. And yes, Stanley Black & Decker does old Mac tools, but the same aspect is it's not like Matco where they're paying another company to build their tools. You know, this is a company that's owned by Mac, so technically it is Mac tools. So that's where I always, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on that because I always go through that. I always listen to people on my comments all the time. Mac's rebranded. They're no different than Matco, blah, blah, blah. Well, unfortunately, I hate to burst your bubble, but Mac actually owns the company that's building them, whereas Matco is hiring somebody to build
Right.
their tools. They're buying them from not a company that's theirs. And since they've left Danaher
Right.
and Kate, and since that separated them, that's made it even worse for them because they don't have any options now. Fortive is, I don't know, Fortive owns Fluke, which is definitely a good thing for them. I mean, Fluke is a pretty good company to own,
Right.
but Matco doesn't really own anybody that I would say is really.
Matco owns nothing. Matco is owned.
Right,
Matco's
right.
just a
Well,
name that's owned, right? So,
right.
Most people don't realize Mac and Matco were the same company up until 1979 when they split.
Yep.
See, Matco, all Matco was the toolbox manufacturer for Mac. So Mac said they had some infighting in the company. Mac said, well, we don't need y'all to build our toolboxes. Matco said, well, we want to build tools that you don't want to build. So they said, to hell with it, and split. So Mac started making their own toolboxes and said, to hell with Matco. Matco was making toolboxes and needed a whole tool line. So they started, getting everybody else to make product for them to stamp as their name. And they've continued that for the entire time they've been in business. They don't make anything but toolboxes. That's it. They manufacture nothing other than stickers and emblems to put on other people's product. And it's really easy once you get yourself accustomed to tools and who makes what, and it's easy to spot. I go on the Matco truck and I say, okay, that's OTC. Okay, that's Lyle. It's easy to start picking out because it's like they don't even hide it. Like it's the same case, everything. They might change the color of the blow molded case and put a Matco sticker on it. They have Matco laser etched on the actual tool or something, but that's about it. And then people will say, well, oh, their hard line is USA made and made by Matco. Well, no, it's not. Their ratchets, wrenches, sockets, or what, JNS Enterprise or JNS Manufacturing or something. I can't remember the name of the company, but they don't manufacture. They just stamp Matco's crap on it. I had the when I was on the Snap-on truck. I think I told you this the other day. I used to carry an 84 tooth gear wrench ratchet with me, and I carried a Matco 88 tooth ratchet with me. People that want to fight that gear wrench and Matco are not the same thing, you are absolutely wrong. When Matco was owned by Danaher, gear wrench was owned by Danaher and Apex together. You can disassemble an 84 tooth gear wrench, an older one, and an 88 tooth Matco. Take the faceplate, snap rings off. Identical faceplate, identical snap rings. The drive gear, the pawl, the spring, everything has the exact same stamping, exact same part number. You can switch all the guts and internals, put the faceplates on the other one, and they function just perfectly fine.
Yep.
I would do that in front of my customers that were big Matco guys or whatever. I'd switch the guts, pull them out, and I'd hand it to them and say, look, why is this $25? Why are you paying the Matco man $120 for this? Just because it's got an eagle stamped on the back and says Matco? I mean, I don't mean people that buy Matco tools, but when I say that kind of stuff, I'm just trying to educate you. If you want to spend professional money, spend it with Mac, spend it with Matco, Snap-on, SK, Cornwell, because Matco is lying to your face, essentially, every time the truck rolls up, because that whole truck inside is a lie.
And let's tell everybody before people blow up in the comments, we both own and we both buy Matco stuff still. It doesn't mean we technically we don't hate Matco tools. It's just the people that are try to oversell the truth about it. I don't know why it is. There's the brand loyalty for Matco. It just seems to be that they want to believe something that's not true. And I'm a truthful guy. You're a truthful guy. We know the truth. That's all there is to it. What
I've seen with Matco and Matco customers that are like fanatically Matco is normally somebody, I'm not saying in all instances, but I've seen many times where it's someone that was a Snap-on person or a Mac person that either got a bad Mac or Snap-on dealer and got frustrated with the company, or they had Snap-on credit and they defaulted on the loan and Snap-on credit came after them and they had issues and they couldn't get financed anymore. Mac, I've seen that a lot personally, that most diehard Matco guys were Snap-on or Mac guys, but they had a bad experience with a dealer or had a bad experience with credit, etc., and it flipped them. And that's the only thing that drove them to Matco, or they were in an area that didn't have Snap-on or Mac and they had a Matco dealer.
That's correct. Yeah,
because Matco used to always gloat about, oh, we're cheaper than Snap-on, we're cheaper than Mac. Not anymore. They are substantially more expensive than either if you compare apples to apples product.
Yep, I've actually noticed and that's what's got my goat lately. because when I started buying Matco tools, when I started doing this back in 2000, Matco was cheaper and they built a great product. I mean, the Armstrong wrenches were phenomenal. In fact, I got a set of Armstrong wrenches right here. I would not trade that wrench if I broke it out, no matter what, for one of the new Matco wrenches. That's what upsets me the most about Matco is that they had a really great product line and they're slowly destroying it and charging more for crappier stuff. So that's what, like, I don't feel that Mac or Snap-on or even Cornwell is doing that same thing. Cornwell is actually, I mean, and you know what, the thing I like about Mac, and obviously I'm a little bit biased, is that Mac has Expert, Precision Torque, and Mac line. They have a good, better, best line, which Snap-on has always had Blue Point and Snap-on.
Right.
And, they don't really have that in between, because even Blue Point, there's some Blue Point stuff that's kind of expensive. But that's what I like about what Mac's doing right now, because that was what, when I was a dealer, I cried about all the time, was wanting to have that, options. We got to have more options. And Mac has really stepped it up with that now, I think, which I think, and Matco does have the ADV and the Eagle, whatever, what's that?
Silver Eagle, didn't they get rid of Silver Eagle? Because I haven't been able to find it on the truck, and I had a Silver Eagle socket that broke, and I think my dealer gave me an ADV. I think they've done away with Silver Eagle, which was Husky.
Right.
Did you know that? Did you see on the Garage Journal?
Oh, yeah.
Guys that were getting Husky stamped Silver Eagle stuff.
Yep. And they were trash. I'm not going to lie to you. They weren't that good back then. Some of the older Husky stuff was better, but they had some issues with some in-between stuff with the Silver Eagle. Because I got those Silver Eagle screwdrivers they had. Those things were terrible. But yeah, I haven't seen them push a bunch of it, but I have seen it in the flyers.
Now with Silver Eagle, there is a Silver Eagle set I got, and that was back in 2011 or 2012. It was a 3/8" impact set, deep and shallow metric, deep and shallow SAE, 3 extensions and a swivel. I've used that stuff hard on my Milwaukee mid torque 3/8, the stubby, all my Snap-on guns since 2011, and I've never broken a single socket.
Right.
I lost one, but I never broke one. So I mean, it was good, but it's really hard to get a really crappy impact socket nowadays. I mean, there's so many good ones out there. I mean, you don't need Snap-on impact sockets. They're nice because they're thinner walled than most others. But, I mean, Matcos are okay still. But then you look at Sunex and GP, Gray Pneumatic. I mean, there's a lot of cheaper, decent ones out there. I wouldn't buy China ones. Taiwan ones are decent. You know me, I don't like buying anything that's not U.S., German, or Japanese. I don't like China. Taiwan's okay, but I'd rather it not be. That's one thing that really grinds my gears about Mac's Precision Torque line, that it's made in Taiwan. But
yes,
it is what it is, because like looking at the Precision Torque wrenches from Mac, okay, you got the Precision Torque Mac wrenches. In the Coken in France, it's the 440 series. Then you go to Australia and you've got Sid Chrome. I can't remember if the part number is on that series, but it's all the exact same wrench. And now that we talked this week, I think that the Tone wrenches we looked at, they look very similar. There's enough differences to not be like straight up like the Coken and the Sid Chrome and the Mac. And Proto, there's a Proto version of the Precision Torque wrench, isn't there?
Yep.
Yeah. See, Mac's got too many tiers. It used to be Mac.
Well, when they had Black Hawk,
right?
Yeah,
Black
when they,
Black Hawk
when they had
is now like the cheap Proto. If you look at Black Hawk's new emblem, it says Black Hawk by Proto at the bottom of the emblem. So we've got Mac, we've got Precision Torque, we've got Expert, we've got Proto, we've got Black Hawk, and then we've got Stanley and DeWalt.
Well, you got to look at Stanley, though. They're the largest tool company. When it comes right down to it, these guys are the powerhouses. I mean, Stanley, if you want to get right down to it, when I say Snap-on's the best, technically Stanley's the best. They own everything. I mean, they are just kicking the crap out of everybody in the tool world. I mean, they own, I don't know how many different companies.
It's the big three. It's Stanley Black & Decker. It's Bosch. Bosch is the next giant. And then Snap-on. If you're talking about like actual net worth and all assets. because a lot of people don't know that Snap-on is not just Snap-on and Blue Point. Snap-on is Snap-on, Blue Point, Snap-on Credit, which is a separate entity. There's CDI, which makes the torque wrenches. Yep. There's Baco, which is, I think, a
Spain.
No, it's not Spain. There is a Spanish. I think Baco is made in Spain now, but it used to be in the like Sweden, Finland, somewhere up there in the Netherlands, if I recall correctly, where it originated from. Then they've got Williams Wrench Company. They've got God, I used to know all this by the top of my head.
They got the Geolander,
Sue Air Tools.
Yep, Sue Air Tools. Yep, I remember that.
Right. That was a big thing when the new PT850 came out, which was a horrible flop. That was the stupidest thing they ever did. They talked about it at SFC, which if people don't know what SFC is, it's a Snap-on Franchisee Conference. It's a once-a-year tool show where every single Snap-on dealer in the entire world descend together into a giant hotel. It's normally the Gaylord in Dallas, Texas, the Gaylord in Washington, D.C. They're like in Tennessee, Nashville, and then there's one in Orlando, because that's like the only hotel that can hold us, because there's like 3,500 of us plus family that come. I mean, that's Japan, Germany, Great Britain, the U.S., Canada, Puerto Rico. God, where else? There's like 10, 12 countries represented, Australia, New Zealand. We all descend together.
Let's talk about that for a second, because that's a big thing that people don't know about. That when you talk about SFC, yes, because Mac had theirs. Yeah, Tool Fair. Right. Mac has Tool Fair. Yep, and Mac goes, I think they call it Tool Fair. Cornwell. Those are the most exciting. That is one of the biggest things. I mean, you can tell me, and I know I feel the same way. I would have loved to have been able to go to every one of them every year, and you can't get in there unless you're a vendor. Right. But I've actually worked my way to be able to get into a couple different tool shows. So I've been to the Cornwall Tool Fair by accident. I weaseled my way into that.
You just stopped in.
Yeah, I weaseled my way in there.
What we got here? Do you guys get any legal help to collect payments?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk about that. I had an agreement on the back of my receipt. Of course, when I did it was probably a little bit later than you did. So back when I did it, I had a legal deal on the back of mine, and I just made them sign it. And all that does, this is my only legal help now, was that I was able to repo the tools. But when you talk about repoing tools from somebody, you can't walk into their garage at their house and get the tools out without their permission. Right. Okay, and taking tools from a mechanic, that's their livelihood. So that's a pain. So unless you can get a voluntary repo, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible. So that's another thing that people don't understand is that, you know, when these tools, these guys that go out and buy, I knew a couple different dealers that got way deep into a couple guys, had $10,000 worth of tool debt, and the guy jumped on them. And of course, they have a skip tray system. I'm sure that you had one on your Snap-on, which they would show up in another state or another county or whatnot. And then that guy, you would find him, and then you could maybe get your tools back then. But that sometimes could be 2 years. I had one guy that showed up 4 years. First guy, 6 months into my dealer, bought some stuff from me, and then lost him, and then showed up 4 years later on a skip trace. And I went to go get my stuff, and it was the toolbox that I sold him was all beat to hell. It was worthless pretty much. The tools were half sold off. You know, I mean, it's absolutely not as good. It's not. That's your worst nightmare, worst case scenario type deals right there. You know,
on our normal Chrome receipt, Chrome is Snap-on's software for business. Which I looked at my Mac dealer's computer today. He's been having issues, and that system is absolutely insane. I would lose my mind if I had to use Mac's system. Chrome is the most streamlined system I've seen, but ours always printed a legal thing for the customer to sign. You know, stating I agree to pay the amount owed and yada, yada, yada. Basically something to turn into toilet paper at the end of the day. It doesn't have much bearing. RA stuff I really didn't have much issue with. It was always Snap-on Credit and repoing anything for Snap-on Credit. With Snap-on Credit, it was an ordeal. You had to call your credit manager. They had to send you a hold harmless form. A hold harmless was a legal document we had to take in to give to a shop owner or the dealership owner that would, you know, exonerate them if anything happened, like if we went in and took someone's tools, they could come back on the owner of the shop or the owner of the dealership they worked in and say that they let them take my stuff, especially if they weren't there. So we had to give them a hold harmless. We had to then I'm sure you did the same thing I did. There were plenty of times where I said, the hell with this. I was tired of chasing this guy. It's been months of lies and bullshit and credit cards that never ran and payments that were never made. And, I'll give you $100 next week. I'll catch up next week. And you get to the point, it's like, screw it. I don't give a shit. I ain't doing legal. I don't give a damn. I went one time to the Chevrolet dealership. This guy would duck me every day. I would come at Friday at 3 o'clock, and he would always leave early on Friday just so he didn't have to pay me. So I said, all right, I'm going to get this. I'm a bitch. So I went over there. I daggum unlocked the toolbox. I grabbed the whole damn lock toolbox, threw it in the back of my truck and said, the hell with it. He called me in 2 hours. Everyone at the dealership told him, hey, man, Snap-on dealer just took all your shit. he called me in 2 hours. I said, come to my house. Here's the address. Your shit's in a cardboard box. The stuff that he didn't owe on.
Yep.
And I kept the toolbox. I kept the tools he owed. Then I had to call Snap-on. Then I had to get an FMV form, which is a fair market value form. We have to fill that out. What we got back, what we didn't get back, the condition of the toolbox, what its fair market value is now. We had to submit that, sign paperwork, this and that. So if I sold a box for $5,000, say a KRL series, a 1022 or a 1023 or something, brand new, and he's had it for 6 months, they say, all right, well, within 6 months of use, it should have this kind of depreciation. This is about what it should be valued at. We just submit that, and then we were charged back the amount of the FMV. So if I sold someone, $5,000 toolbox, and I got it back a year later, and I said, well, it's worth probably about $4,500, $3,000. Boom. All right, you just got charged back instantly $4,500, $3,000 that you didn't want to get charged for. So then you're like, crap, now I got to try to sell this and get my money back because now that's done hit my tool bill and screwed me up. And I don't know if it's a Snap-on thing or just a legal thing. Anything we repossessed, we could not sell for more than what we repossessed it for. By law, you cannot make money on a repossession.
Technically, yes. I know
dealers that have done it. I never did it because I didn't want any kind of crap coming back on me. But as far as legal help, that was the original question.
Right.
Anytime I've gone to do a repossession and cops have been called, they're no help. They're like, I'm just going to sit here. No. It's a civil matter. I'm going to make sure he doesn't kick your ass. You don't kick his ass. You don't take anything without his permission, yada, yada, yada. That said, I've had guns pulled on me. I've had knives pulled on me. I've had my life threatened over. That boggled my mind. It's like, dude, you took this from me. You didn't pay for it. And now you're pulling a gun on me. You're going to shoot me over a toolbox you took from me and didn't even pay for. Like, come on. It ain't worth it.
I never had a single guy ever hassle me. I mean, I'm not a huge guy, but I'm huge. I mean, I'm huge, but I'm not a huge guy. But I never had one single guy ever try to argue with me. I went to one guy, I looked him straight in the eyes, and I said, I'm taking your shit. And he said, well, I need this. And I said, well, you didn't pay me. And I said, I'm taking it. And he started to fluff up on me. And I said, no, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to bust your kneecaps if you try messing with me. I'm not going to play around. And he's like, well, we're going to let that happen. And I said, I'm not going to let that happen. You're going to let that happen. We just need to be amicable about this and let this go. And we'll take care of it. If you bring me money, I'm not going to sell your stuff right away. Right. That was the only time that I had an altercation. Everybody else was pretty decent, not too bad to deal with, but it's in a different part of the country. Really, I don't think we have as bad a problem with repos here because everybody knows everybody. You don't want to be that guy that gets to know. I mean, it's Des Moines, Iowa. It's not. We have 500,000 people here. People don't want to be known as the guy that stole stuff. You know, you're gonna get caught for it. So. But it was a different time back then, too.
I can say this. I had more issue in Columbia and Lexington, where my second route was, than I did here in the upstate in BFE. So that definitely plays a part. The good, that's another thing. I don't know. I guess you were rural Iowa where your route was. So were there?
No, I mean, I was in the city. I was in Des Moines. Mine was in the suburbs. I covered all the suburbs in Des Moines.
Did you have other Mac dealers in your area?
Yes.
Like within close.
Yes.
See where I'm at now, where this route is, we were basically out in the breeze. This route is huge. It covers like 3 whole counties. It's
Oh,
a
wow.
huge landmass, but there's not a lot of customers here. Now, my
Right.
route in Columbia, being, you know, the capital of South Carolina and Lexington, there were 5 dealers in that area, including me. So it was great. Anyone skipped out, you know, we'd put mark them as a skip in Chrome. We had a group text at all time between me and the other 4 dealers in town. Anytime someone went missing, hey guys, look for this guy, whatever. And boom, within a week, they'd pop up in one of the other guys, because they didn't move very far. They just moved around the city. They didn't move, you know, way away. My route here, you know, they could move an hour away to Charlotte, North Carolina. They could move an hour away to Columbia. And we didn't have contact with the dealers there because it was such a long distance. So it was nice having that community of other dealers in the city to like watch each other's back kind of thing.
Yep. No, and you know what, I was fortunate enough that we had 3 other Mac dealers in my area, and not only that, in the city. If somebody jumped a job, they were going to go to another one. The only time you have that problem is when somebody leaves, and just like you said, where you have an area where there's nobody covering it.
They switch industry. They go to like industrial maintenance, or, you know, go work somewhere else, or they're not actually in the automotive field. They, you know, that happened, and that would suck. But let's see. Comments. Someone said something about Coken.
Yes, I've seen the Coken early.
Methyl benzo. What's his name? Methyl benzo.
Oh, Coken is good. It's good as Stalville. That's the
Stalvilla.
Stalvilla. That's right. I still, if you guys haven't watched this, I should have put the link for this video, because I loved what he said in that video. He was like, let's not all be uneducated right next. And he said, and call it Stall Willie. So now I can't stop saying Stall Willie, and I would say Stall Villa every time. And now that he said that, it's just pierced in my head. I want to say Stall Willie. I never even looked at it as being Stall Willie until then, but that was a great video. He did a Stall Villa tool haul, which Mr. Subaru has a good taste in tools. And he's definitely got a lot of German and Japanese, which brings us to another one. Since he's talking about Coken, he can tell us a lot about Coken, because he is also the Coken USA representative now.
Something like that. I'm an authorized dealer now, so I can sell online myself, or I was thinking about making another independent tool truck, but I kind of,
that'd be awesome.
I sold my old Snap-on truck, and I kind of wish I hadn't now, because I was looking on Marketplace, and people are out of their damn mind with the prices on MT45s and 55s.
What about those little Sprinter vans would be cool. I always thought this was kind of my thought when you were talking about going it. I was thinking about doing a tool truck again too now, just for fun. And I thought, you know what, a little Sprinter van would be kind of nice, because I could keep my inventory a little bit less down and still have, you know, enough on there and see how it worked. But you know what the problem is there? Mercedes. No toolboxes.
No. Oh Mercedes. Yeah. I couldn't deal with it. Those common rail what is it, a 3-liter V6 turbo diesel in those things? I've worked on a couple Sprinter / the Dodge, the Sterling, and the Mercedes are all Sprinter. They didn't change.
I thought they had Cummins in some of them too, though.
No, I've never seen it. They're all
the older models.
They're like, I don't know. I've only worked on like 2012 and newer. I've done some AC work, fuel filters, like maintenance stuff. I heard they were horrible about blowing up turbos, but I don't know.
I seem to remember a recall back in, it would have been about 2005 on those, and I swear to God they had Cummins in them, and they would crack the motor mount off the Cummins in them. They would the motor mount would break off the Cummins. The 24 valve Cummins was in it, I believe, but don't quote me. Like I said,
I don't see how they could fit a 6 BT Cummins in a Sprinter. If you look, that V6 is crammed in there. They have no room under the hood. I think what you're thinking about is the 43 block Cummins, the 24 valves that had the Mexican cast blocks. It was like stamped 43 or 33. Yep. They were notorious about cracking right below where the parting line was or something, casting mark. I think it's
the water jacket.
43 or 44. It was a number stamped on the block. I can't remember. I'm not a big Cummins guy. I know enough about them. Old Sprinters were 2.7 liter inline 5. Was that a Volvo engine or was that a Mercedes engine?
Hunter Skinner's on it.
Inline 5.
Yeah, five right there. Mark Parsons says Sprinters were 5-cylinder Mercedes. Okay.
Yeah, I see 2.7 liter. 2.7 liter 5-cylinder below it. That's why it made me think of Volvo, because Volvo is good about them oddball 5-cylinder engines.
Right. Nissan. That's another one though. Those Nissan trucks with those. What are those things called? They have those high boxes.
5600s. Their van, right?
Yes. Yep. I thought that would be kind of a decent one. Suck gas like a champ, but Nissans are pretty solid units.
53 block. That's it. I see it now. Yep, 53 block. In the comments. Those NV
Ram ProMaster. They all got guy. That's what I was thinking of. The Ram ProMaster.
Those are the little tiny ones that are like a Ford Transit or a Chevy. What's the Chevrolet? The City van?
Oh, yes. The Transit. The Transit.
It's like a big HHR. I think they're front-wheel drive 4-cylinders. I think the Ram ProMaster is a front-wheel drive. I think it's a 4-cylinder or a V6.
Okay. Yeah, right there. 3-liter diesel.
25 cylinders.
Anyways, we got
an Italian diesel. It's got a Fiat engine.
I'm not as I used to have the 12 valve. I was around when I was basically started driving when 94 when Dodge came out with the 12 valve Cummins, and that literally lit up the whole farm community for us. I mean, everybody was like, we all ran 460 big block Fords and 454s. I mean, and everybody was like, they hated diesels because the 6.5 and the IDI were all you had for choices, and they were terrible,
Right.
So, I mean, and then when that King came out, everybody's like, oh, Dodge is coming out with one. Well, and everybody had the same idea about Dodge because for years, Dodge does the same thing. Great. They have a good motor, but the cars literally fall apart around them. That's so nobody wanted to buy a 12 valve Cummins back then because they knew the trucks would fall apart. And of course they did, because I have a 94 that's basically falling to pieces.
I don't think
motor's
the Dodges never did a diesel before the Cummins, did they? They only did the 360 V8 and the 440 big blocks, didn't they?
As far as I know, 318s. They only had the 440s and.
Well, they did the 318 was like in the D150, like the 250 and the 350 were the 360 wedge V8 and the I think 440 because 440s were in motorhomes and stuff by Dodge.
Believe it or not, we had a D250 van with a 318 in it. I think it was rare. Yeah, some of them were. I think it was rare, but 360s were pretty common. But
that's like their heavy duty engine.
Yeah. It wasn't very heavy duty. But let's get back to Coken because I thought I saw another comment on there. Coken, Coken.
It was methyl benzo, whatever the heck I can't pronounce. I got the person. He said something about he made a big order of Coken on Palmac. I hope he used my promo code and saved himself 5%.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good deal to plug in there. Palmac. Yeah. That website's really awesome. And until you showed me that website, I honestly didn't. Because I'm not an Amazon person.
Right.
We talked about this. I'm not a fan of it. But Japan Amazon is definitely a whole different animal. 100%. And I do like the fact now that I figured out if I do want to look at something on Amazon, I don't know if you have saw this, but you can go on my Amazon account. You can just switch it quick by going down and switching your flag out down on the bottom.
Right. Yep. And you can switch. You can switch Japan and Germany and a couple others to English, but France is being stubborn like most French, and they won't let you. It won't translate to English. You can only look at it in French. So anytime I go look at Facom stuff, I've got to try to navigate in French rather than English, but it's pretty much the same for any Amazon configuration.
Possum Ridge Farm's got a good idea for you. Sandbar box truck conversion.
See, they make the sandbar with a box on the back. I was actually looking at it was a cargo, like a camper shell, but like canvas. Coken did make tools for True Craft. Yep, I saw that from Chris Cass. We were talking about that the other day about True Craft, and several other manufacturers that Coken has manufactured tools for that were rebranded, but were made by Coken, because Coken does manufacture, as far as I know, every single thing they make, and it's still a family-owned business. I think the founder of Coken Tools actually worked for Henry Ford. He came to the U.S., worked as like an intern under Henry Ford. He went back to Japan right after World War II. He started Coken, I think, in the late 40s, early 50s, somewhere in that range. So they've been making tools for about 60, 70 years now, somewhere in that range. But as far as I know, everything is still in-house. They don't rebrand anything else. Everything Coken is Coken. They had recently, I think I sent you the Google Maps screenshot the other day of the actual plant, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah. You definitely have opened my eyes up a little more to Japanese tools now. Something else I want to talk about is because I always hear people talk about Nepros or Nepros. I don't know how you pronounce it exactly.
Nepros is how I've heard it. Yeah.
So we were talking about this the other day about ratchets and being better and whatnot. Nepros has a really expensive line of ratchets, but at the end of the day, you said you prefer the Coken over the Nepros.
Right. Well, what Nepros is Nepros is part of KTC, Kyoto Tool Company. So Nepros is like, I wouldn't say Snap-on to Blue Point. I would say KTC is Toyota and Nepros is Lexus. Like, it's their premier line up as a standalone. So Nepros stands for New Excellence of Professional Tools or something. It's an acronym, actually. And I've got some of the Nepros ratchets, but I don't have a ton of Nepro stuff because I don't know. It's almost too nice to use, in my opinion. I think, did I show you the lacquer handle Nepros ratchets? They've got hand.
Oh, you got some of those?
Hell no. They make
the $500 ones.
It's like $600 for a 1/4-inch ratchet with a Japanese hand rubbed lacquer, gold leaf gilded artisan, comes in a hand carved box. I mean, it's a conversation piece. It's something you would never use.
Yeah, that thing is like a Japanese sword, basically.
Right. It's really like a katana. Right. Yeah. It's like a decorative katana, but a ratchet.
Yeah, katana. Yeah, right. The what was I going to say now? I lost train of thought because I said katana. I said sword. I said sword. The Coken stuff that I really like, the nut grip sockets.
Yeah.
Those things. You made a good video on that. I thought that was really showing the difference in those and why those are better than magnetic sockets, and that really made a lot of sense.
Right.
I really dug that. Looking forward to getting some of those. I'm definitely ordering some of that stuff. You can't beat that. I mean, getting the crap out of the magnetic sockets, I realize the buildup that I get in mine versus not having that in those. And that's a patented design by Coken too, also, right?
Right. As far as, nut grip, they've got a ton of patents. I've got my catalog somewhere, and it's got like a list of all their patents. I've yet to figure this out. Snap-on patented flank drive back in, I believe, the late 70s. And Coken had their patent, which is flat drive. Flat drive and flank drive are identical. And last I checked, trying to find an actual date on the patents, they were patented basically within a month of each other. So we're not sure if Coken was spied out by Snap-on or Snap-on was spied out by Coken on who created flank drive, flat drive first. But they've got the flat drive, they've got the surface drive, which was the sockets that had like the really rounded sides for getting off like rounded off fasteners, kind of like a precursor to FDX from Snap-on. They've got the attack driver, which I shared the other day. That impact driver, the hammer operated impact driver, they call attack driver. That's a patent from them. They make the hand hammered impact drivers for a lot of other manufacturers. There is the nut twister and the nut twister and bolt twister, which most of you know as Irwin's twist sockets or a spiral fluid extractor. They patented that. The flare nut sockets that you saw, they patented those. If I recall correctly, Snap-on actually pays a licensing fee to Coken to make their flare nut sockets. God, there's like 2 or 3 other things I can't think of, but Coken's got a ton of patents in the tool world that other people license from them. What we got there?
So these twist sockets are
Right.
these actually look like almost Coken writing on them. These are U.S. made. When you said that, I kind of was like, huh, that's interesting. See if I can get
the Tone HKS collaboration. Yeah, I posted about that the other day.
Yeah.
The Tone and HKS got together, made a special commemorative tool set for the new GR Supra, or the new BMW Supra, as everyone jokes. I mean, it's basically a damn rebadged Z series. I mean, if you look at it, the engine, the chassis, the steering wheel, the remote key, the touchscreen infotainment, it's a BMW. But they made that little tool set I shared. It's basically just some Allen sockets, ratchet, a couple of regular 3/8 drive sockets. There's a jack pad. I don't know how many of you are familiar with like the C5 Corvette and C6. They had special pucks that you put into the rockers to put a jack under so you didn't crack the fiberglass. The GR Supra has this, any of the Supras basically have that same little puck. That's in the kit. And then there's a special socket that's made to flay open. They've got their knuckle, the strut goes into the knuckle like, God, is it Honda? Or who does that? But, you know, it's got a pinch bolt on it. So they've got a special socket that goes in that where you can put a wrench on it and splay that open to get the strut back out. So I mean, it's a weird little set of stuff, but, you know, it was a limited run. I think it runs like $700-800, but I've seen, I think Vivid Racing and a couple other people were selling them for like $400 or $500 just to get the stock going on
them. Tone XK.
That's what we're talking about. The Tone A and HKS tuning.
So SP Air, this is another interesting topic. So I've had a ton of Mac Air tools, and they are a lot of them SP Air. So Mac has actually used SP Air a lot like Matco uses Astro recently. So SP Air holds a bunch of patents, especially all those flathead ratchets are all SP Air ratchets. The reversible cutoff tool, your flex head cutoff tools, those are all SP Air from Mac, Matco, all of them. Those were all SP Air patented tools. So yes, SP Air is probably. And not only that, they've got a killer ratchet. I'll tell you what, that ratchet they got, that's a little 1/4-inch speed ratchet, that thing burns out at like, I don't know, what is it, 750 RPM? It's stupid fast. They've got a little 1/4-inch ratchet. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's a small one, but it's just got stupid RPM to it.
Right.
Yeah, SP Airs.
I think Tone uses a lot of SP Air. They've got the little mini air 1/4-inch air ratchet and a couple other things. I think I've seen that somewhere. Tone seems to be another Japanese tool manufacturer that does a lot of rebranding. I'm not sure exactly what Tone themselves actually manufacture. I sent you that video showing the manufacturing, so we do know they have a manufacturing facility, but as we see in that upcoming video I've got planned about Tone, Black Hawk, and a couple other things, we'll get into that when the video releases, but we've seen a lot of rebranding going on with Tone.
Yeah, that was definitely interesting. I didn't realize that Tone, how much there's so much, and that's another thing about the tool industry that is definitely, it can get confusing to a lot of people, is that, or a lot of people, that there is a lot of rebranding going on within rebranding, and you'll see that a ton. You know, that's, you know, that reminded me right there. I was curious. I've got some of the Snap-on flare nut sockets.
Right.
I know you have the Coken ones.
Right.
And we talked about this before. Have you used some of the Snap-on ones? I'm curious versus the Cokens, what your opinion is versus the Cokens, because those are definitely handy as hell.
Oh yeah.
I'll be honest with you.
I sold a lot of them, but I never had them. I wanted to buy some, but then when I found out about Coken and I found they had them, it was like $100 or $150 less for the set of Cokens. So I bought them. And then once I found out that Coken had the patent for it and Snap-on kind of was licensing Coken's design to make their version, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do that. Snap-on actually the surface drive socket from Coken. Snap-on a while back made those sockets. They flopped. They didn't sell, and they discontinued. But it was another Coken patent that they licensed to build their own of.
That's interesting.
Right.
Once again, stuff that
Coken like lurks in the shadows behind the tool world. Like so many people not many people outside of Japan really know about them. Now, I've had a lot of people from New Zealand and Australia on my Coken videos that say they use them a lot, but they're pretty close to Japan, so that would kind of be, it kind of makes sense that they'd have it.
BW does that, struts better.
Vessel screwdriver, Larry. Yep, I've got video with Vessel coming up.
Yeah, Vessel. I've been opening my eyes up to Vessel, and this little bad boy right here is definitely one of the most awesomest screwdrivers. Just the fit and feel of it. The quality of it, and the fact that it turns into a stubby.
Right.
You can't beat that. Vessel does make some.
I think Vessel's like in the 105th or 108th year. The ball handle screwdriver was like their very first screwdriver, and I think they've been in business a little over 100 years.
Wow, that's crazy.
Things you didn't know because they weren't in the U.S.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's just it. They did. The Vessel made the impact screwdrivers from for Craftsman.
Right.
Another back and rebranded. Another thing that I was definitely wondering about, and you showed it on the video that you did, was you were talking about the Mac. You just bought the Mac swivel impacts.
Right.
And then a couple other people, when I did the video, were talking that Snap-on's stubby impacts are shallower than the Mac ones. And to me, they look like they're about the same size. And Darian Robinson was going to get me a measurement because he's got them. He's got a set of the shallow ones. I'm curious to see, because I know that Snap-on standard shallow impact is not this shallow. Their standard one, the ones that they normally sell to everybody are.
Yeah, they're about double. Well, that's the thing that when I posted that on Instagram, I had a lot of people comment because it was weird. Like the 10, 11, and 12 are kind of the standard depth as a 3/8 standard Snap-on swivel, but when you get to 13, they get really squatty. 13 to like 19 are squatted, but then like 10 to 12 or 8 to 12, I think on that set, were kind of like the normal thickness or normal height. So I didn't know. And then we were talking about part numbers because I had some old Mac, and I've not yet figured out how Mac part numbers work. I think one was an X. I think one was an X, one was an R. Yep. I think R for deep, isn't it?
What's that? Yeah, the X. So this is an XUP. So this is universal. So when they're universals, it'd be X 3/8 drive. U is universal, and then P was for pinless. Because I have these. I still have some of the old pinless ones, but then the deeps were an XUPD. The deeps. So it would have been a universal. Would have been an XUPD. Should be. Yeah, XUPD.
Yeah.
The numbers are almost wore off of this one. You can't even see it. RP is at the end. Not sure. I don't remember what RP was. RP. The part numbers are not that much different than Snap-on, other than the fact that you're used to the Snap-on ones. I am just as foreign to the Snap-on part numbers as you are to the Mac part numbers,
right?
Because it's completely different. Like the TLF series. So Max is M is for 1/4 inch, X is for 3/8, and V is for 1/2 inch.
Right.
That's what they all start out with.
Ours is T is for 1/4 inch, F is for 3/8, and S is for 1/2 inch. T is for tiny, as funny as that is. F is for ferret, Ferret. I can't remember what ferret. I think it's Latin, maybe.
Yep.
Or something. I can't remember. And then S was I can't even remember what S was. 3/4 inch is. I can't remember what the prefix is for 3/4 inch now.
But they Snap-on actually did put time into using the first syllable or the first letter for their sockets to mimic the actual socket size, which was kind of cool, what I thought.
Right.
where Mac just kind of went willy-nilly on their part numbers. So
Yeah, I mean, I can decode just about any Snap-on part number at this point in time, or I can look at a tool and pretty much formulate what the part number should be. Like, all the cordless stuff is CT. That's cordless tool, pretty easy.
right.
80 in the part numbers for dual 80. So like an F80 ratchet's standard length, 3/8, 82, dual 80. FL80 means it's the 3/8 long handle, L for long. FF80 means it's a 3/8 inch flex head. So F for flex head, L for long, H for handle. It's pretty simple formula to get down. And then at the end, you'll have an A, B, C for version. So like you had a F80 or FH80. Now it's, I think, FH80A because they changed from the old squared hard handle, screwdriver handle to the new soft grip handle. So they do that as they change it. Like the 1/2 inch drive ratchet was an S80 because it had very small screws like the 1/4 inch and the 3/8 that went through the faceplate into the body of the ratchet. They found that we had a lot of failures with the faceplates coming off. So they redesigned it. And if you look at the new 1/2 inch stuff, they've got huge screws that come from the back through the chrome into the plate. So now that's an S80A rather than an S80. The A denotes that it's the new design with the screws going into the plate rather into the ratchet body. So
yeah, you talk about simplicity of part numbers, and this is the evolution, like what you're talking about right there. When part numbers change, this is a Mac 1/4 inch ratchet, and the part number was an MR5. Pretty simple.
that'd be for the 72 Snap-on.
Yeah, so it used to be a simple part number. Now it's not, because they've changed them to the access designs, and then they add on the part numbers just like you're talking about. They upgrade or whatnot like that. So it definitely makes it a little more complicated for doing that. Of course, a lot of people don't understand that because they don't get that deep into them. But Mac deep swivels are more like semi-deeps, yes. Why does, let's look at this. I missed that one. Why does Snap-on not make the extension swivel sockets anymore in 12-point? That I'm not sure.
Probably because it didn't sell. That's normally why anything is discontinued from Snap-on, is they're not selling enough. They don't sell enough units to justify the tooling required to produce that product, or they made a lot of it thinking it was going to do good, and then it didn't, and it flopped out. So they said, "The hell with it, we're not going to make any more of it." So that's kind of how it does.
Yep. The 55-inch should be big enough for any auto technician at a dealership. And honestly, whenever I worked at a dealership, I honestly didn't need near as many tools, unless you're working at a dealership with multiple vehicles at it.
Right.
That's the big thing. I've never worked very long at a dealer. I worked at a BMW dealership for 2 years, and I never got to work on BMWs very much because I was the guy that did the Chevys and Japanese cars, Hondas. They had me in the used car lot line doing all that stuff. So I ended up buying a ton of tools and had a bigger toolbox than everybody right away. So
right.
Now, where did Mac Edge sockets go? Mac Edge sockets. I don't remember. I think you're talking about the Precision Torque. Mac Edge sockets. What the heck were the Mac Edge sockets?
All I know of Edge is their toolbox series.
Yeah. I don't think I think they've got the Precision Torque is what he's thinking of.
Probably so.
Oh, Snap-on has them just as well as the swivel e-torques. I have a Snap-on swivel extension, but I don't have it in 12-point. They just have it in 6-point.
They have it as just an adapter, like a 3/8 swivel, but stretched out, where you can put a socket on the end of it, not with like the socket made on the end of the ball for the swivel. Now, Coken makes those. As you saw, Coken's got those 1/4 inch impacts that have the swivel made on the end. Super
Yes.
And I
those
think
things.
They make them in 6-point. I don't think they have 12-point, but they got them 6-point. I think they got e-torques in them. In those swivels.
Those things are super expensive, but they're super awesome because you can just slide them in your, in 1/4 inch accent driver or whatnot.
Right. I would debate that.
Yeah, I would too. That's easy. Does it? He likes to mess around. He's always in here doing stuff. Military Snap-on box arm and head was sweet. Yes, that definitely got a few guys that are tool nuts all fired up.
That sold out. I was looking at the eBay seller he got it from, and he's out of them right now. So I don't know what the deal was with that. I don't know if like they fell off a truck somewhere, but for that price, they were too good to be true kind of thing. Kind of wish I'd snagged one.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have. The Snap-on is a BOGO. Yeah. I have a Kilper mil spec. What the heck's going on here? Why is it my? Oh.
CP, are you still there? You frozen. I don't know if I'm frozen. Guys, am I frozen? Can you hear me? Oh, now you're back. You froze up or something happened. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm good. Okay, you asked about the BOGO on the Snap-on metric swivel impacts. Is that the buy the metric swivels and get the SAE for free? That one you're talking about?
I froze up.
You're unfroze now, CP. We can hear you.
Okay. I was trying to adjust my antenna.
Your antenna? What you got?
Yeah.
Daggone rabbit ears broadcasting this live stream out?
I got rabbit ears in here.
Make sure you put actually a layer of tinfoil on them.
Yep. And to put some more Reynolds wrap on it.
Right. Got to hold your tongue right. So occupant, what was that? No, buy the metric deep, get shallow free. That's actually a pretty good deal. I haven't looked. Is that this month's flyer? I mean, like I said, I don't have a Snap-on deal right now because he went out of business, so I don't have access to the flyers. But I would definitely do it.
Yeah, I did see it in there. I seen it on this month's flyer.
Now that deal they've ran forever and a day since I started. Like once or twice a year, they'd send us to buy the metric, get the SAE for free. Like we could never sell that. I'd always have to break it up, neutral, return the SAE, and sell guys the metric because like I don't want SAE. No one uses SAE anymore, which is pretty much true unless you're working on heavy duty trucks, farm equipment, or that's basically it. Hell, even the heavy duty trucks are going to metric now, especially like Volvo, and I think you've gone out, CP.
I went out again.
Oh no, you were. Never mind. You're good. You just got laggy.
66 likes and 102 people in the chat.
Dang, that's all.
That's all.
We get more people over here.
Yeah, we got a bunch of people watching that aren't liking. Come on, guys.
What's
Throw
that?
up them likes for me.
Do they still use Jatco transmissions? Subaru has never used Jatco CVT transmissions. That's a bunch of BS from Scotty Kilmer that don't know anything about Subarus.
There's another good.
Jatco made Subaru conventional automatics, the 4EAT and the 5EAT, the 4-speed, 5-speed automatic from like the late 90s all the way up until 2009. And that was a bulletproof transmission. That was a Jatco design. But 2010 and newer, the TR690, TR580 CVT, the Lineartronic, that is Subaru built and designed in-house by Subaru. There's no Jatco at all in that. Jatco is those crappy Nissan CVTs that fail at 300 miles. Why not selling Snap-on anymore?
I think Easy does it is messing with you because he's laughing. Yes, that's another good topic right there. Why not sell Snap-on anymore?
Tired of chasing money, tired of being in debt. I mean, the good customers were great. I miss my customers. I still have customers contacting me now. When actually this week, the regional manager he cold called me trying to get me to buy that route again after I turned them down last month. So he was actually in this area driving around the shops trying to find someone to buy the franchise. So I started getting all kinds of calls and texts from all my customers. Hey, man, Snap-on just come by. I put in a good word for you. I'm like, thanks, but that's not how that works. I've still got to buy the franchise. You didn't have to put in a good word for me, but I appreciate it. And then they were like, oh man, are you starting back? The guy was coming around. They were talking about you. Are you coming back? Are you going to be our Snap-on guy again? So, yeah, there's a lot of good to it, but the bad is very easy to outweigh the good of it between the money, the stress, chasing money, trying to worry about repos, all that kind of stuff. It gets old. You get burnt out. That was my thing. I got burnt out. I was tired of the never-ending cycle of stuff coming in and having to push it out and having to constantly collect money.
Tarek's in the house tonight. We got Tarek here. Don't talk down to Scotty Kilmer. He's a car god.
He's an old coot that don't know what the heck he's talking about 90% of the time.
He's got Japanese hands though.
He's got that clickbait down pat though. Yeah,
well, I mean, you gotta give the guy credit.
Oh yeah, he clickbaited.
You gotta give the guy
top under Chris Fix.
yeah, Chris Fix, and that's the one thing that there's. I don't want to get on this too bad, but the one thing that really upsets me about the YouTube community. Yes, the one thing that gets me upset about the YouTube community is there's YouTube stars. And then there's YouTube people that are trying to be factual. Right. People just don't want to hear the truth, it seems like. And it's unfortunate, but we're out here trying to do the right thing. And it's not as popular because clickbait works better. But easy does it.
I'll say this. The thing that burns me up the most is the most popular, most subscribed to YouTube channel for automotive repair, maintenance, whatever have you. It burns my bacon that channel is ran by someone that is not a technician, never been a technician, has had no formal training, and is just a guy on a camera in his driveway. I mean, I'm kind of that now, and so was Scotty Kilmer. But if you go to this particular channel and go sort videos by date and watch the first videos, you'll see how bad it started off. And all it was a evolution of what he was doing rather than any formal training or formal knowledge. I think it's kind of study up enough to make the video, and make it presentable to everyone. Kind of
I agree.
Talk to everybody like they're a 5-year-old, hold their little hand through every single thing, and make a humongous blanket video. Oh, well, this will cover every single make, model car. Well, that's not how it works in the real world, but it makes people feel warm and fuzzy when they watch it.
It's definitely disheartening for the people that are real mechanics. And I'm a huge supporter of blue-collar people. And this goes back to just me being a technician, being a tool dealer, and then being back into this and trying to, be a shop owner now. It really does suck that bad information is getting put out there because it makes everybody look bad in the long run.
Right.
I wish people would not do that. It's not my job to tell them what to do, and I get it. YouTube is really for entertainment purposes, but at the end of the day, I can't believe that 1 million people watch somebody talk about putting brake pads on a car and they never really show a job getting done. They just kind of,
90 different camera angles and screaming and flailing arms around,
Yeah. Hey, once again though, I don't discredit the guy for being a genius. He got away with it. Easy does it. I appreciate the super chat. Mark Schumacher coming in with the $6 holla. Appreciate that too. It's a weird day and age we have now. When you're talking about going into YouTube, you are doing well.
Walter Frederick's got a good point, and it's about the video Scotty made about fixing brake lines with compression fittings that clearly, when he held it up the camera, said in bold letters, not for brake use. Like, when I make a YouTube video on automotive repair on a Subaru, I try to follow the factory service manual to the letter. I try to translate the factory service manual's procedure on that particular topic into video format. That's why I always give torque specifications. I always give torque sequences. I always try to go by how it's outlined from the manufacturer that they want it done. so many people are like, why did you take loose the ball joint and this when you can just do it this way and slide it out? Well, one, I'm going by the Subaru factory service manual, the way they want it done. And two,
Right.
I'm trying to film this, so it helps to turn a part around or to move something out of the way to get the camera in there, because especially on Japanese cars, there's not a lot of room to put a camera in there. I mean, when I'm doing stuff on my Duramax or on a Chevrolet truck, I mean, you got 10 miles of engine compartment to put cameras and stuff compared to all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive Japanese cars, or any German cars or anything like that I don't work on. But yeah, that is the thing I despise, is when people, especially with a lot of influence and followers, put out very bad information, dangerous information. That is extremely dangerous. If someone follows that and they have a brake line go out and they have a wreck, they hit someone head on, they kill themselves, injure themselves, kill somebody else, injure themselves. As technicians, there is a lot of liability, a lot of, that we carry. I don't know if you saw it recently. I say recently, it's probably been 2 years ago now. It was a story, I think it was out west somewhere, about a young technician at a Chevrolet dealership. A couple came in, if I recall correctly, in a Chevy Trailblazer, and they wanted, it was either they wanted ball joints or tie rods done. He did the job, but at the same time, he either did tie rods and it had bad ball joints, or he did ball joints and it had bad tie rods. And on his service order, he did not point out that the other component was bad to the point of failure. So he put I think it was tie rod ends. He put tie rod ends on it. The couple left, went down the road. The ball joint broke. Front steering, one wheel went one. Maybe it was tie rod ends, because the steering went out, or the front end, if a ball joint breaks, then the front wheel is going to camber out crazy. Anyway, long story short, it was only like 3 miles from the dealership. They were on the interstate. Whatever in the front end let loose. They cut across the median, went down the median, up the median, and they head-on at 70 mile an hour a minivan. And I believe the wife in the passenger seat of the Trailblazer died. The mother in the minivan was killed on impact. The toddler in the back seat was injured. And it all fell back on that technician, who was like 19 years old. I think he got some kind of secondary manslaughter because he didn't point out that ball joint or tie rod was in poor condition, and he had just worked on the car not 3-4 miles ago before it left the dealership, and they held him liable for some kind of secondary third-degree murder, vehicular homicide, something like that. There is a ton of risk we carry working on people's vehicles. When you start working on tires, steering, brakes, fuel systems, fire, there's so much danger that if we get something wrong, if we don't look at something, we could cause, someone to die, people to get hurt. I mean, it's very simple, when people want to cut up and act up and have a good time in the dealership, but when you're not paying attention and you miss stuff like that and someone dies because of something you did, or a wheel comes off because you forgot to torque the lug nuts, your buddies and you were horsing around and you put them in there hand tight and you didn't go back and torque the lug nuts, and they drive down the road and the damn wheel falls off, you're liable for that stuff. It can come back on you and you can get in serious damn trouble. It can change your entire life, so
it is definitely.
My point to that is, I hate when people go to YouTube. Most of the time, people that are going to YouTube for automotive help are people that can't afford to take it to a shop. They're trying to save money. They don't have the money to fix it. They're trying to get by, fix it themselves. If you don't give them the best information possible, you are doing a great disservice to the people. If you give them poor information, like fixing brake lines with compression fittings, that's dangerous for them and you, especially an amateur. I mean, there's plenty of people that have commented on videos asking questions that at that point I say, this is something you shouldn't attempt. Your skill level is not to the point where I would let you attempt this. You need to take it somewhere or find someone to help you that has more skill than you do. That's what I try to do. I try to give them the best information I can. I try to give them the torque specs, everything, as best I can. I can't stand when people put out this generalized BS or give out bad information that can end up hurting or killing somebody. That's what really boils my blood about it, because then when that kind of stuff happens, it comes back and it fuels the fires of, all mechanics are out to get us and they're all out to screw people and make money on us and all that crap. And it hurts the industry.
There's a lot of people that have been put out of business, and there's a lot of mechanics that have lost their jobs because of this, and it's probably the topic that really hasn't been talked about enough. But I'll tell you, a big one for me is, you talk about stuff like that. One that I've had to bust a lot of people on is plugging tires. Ever since plug kits have been brought out, they were really meant for lawnmowers and low speed stuff. When you actually plug a tire on a car and you don't pull it off, and if that car tire has been driven on a low tire and it's ate up on the inside, and you plug a tire, I've known, you can actually look it up, Google it. There's multiple lawsuits out there where people have sued the person that plugged the tire, a $25 tire repair, and they have sued them because that tire blew, and then they got in an accident, and it's a heavy lawsuit, where, and I'm always like, we don't plug tires anymore. We plug patch them, but the tire comes off the rim every time when you want to get a tire plug. And you'll hear that. I've seen that on YouTube all the time. Oh, plug tires this and whatnot. But I want to address this real quick. Chris Fix puts out bad info. That question, Chris Fix puts out, in my opinion, he puts out info that's skewed. In my opinion, I think that what he does is more show and not for reality. It is literally. I don't think that anything. He doesn't give you the whole story. I haven't watched a ton of his videos. I'll be honest with you. I watched a few of his videos, and I was like, "What is this? This is like Disney on ice." Like that's what when I watch his stuff.
He's always got the tool cart laid out with all the tools laid out that you're gonna need in this video, and here's the compressor and AC oil and this line and this. Everything's it's laid out so perfectly and pretty. That's not how auto repair actually happens.
No,
he tries to streamline it for people, and he's always like, all right, snug this down. Same thing Scotty Kilmer does. Snug it down. Grunts. There's no torque specifications or no talk of actual service procedures or correct procedures to do when servicing.
Yep. We got some super chats in here. Mark Schumacher. Holy cow, Mark Schumacher with the $50. Mark, Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Wow.
Holy cow. That's definitely appreciated big time.
Eric O did a great video on why he will refuse to plug a tire. Eric O, South Main Auto, that channel should be bigger than Kilmer and Chris Fix, in my opinion. He is a real mechanic, real technician, real shop owner, giving real information, real world fixes. Like I said, Chris Fix, it's not that he gives bad information. It's just he tries to present something on his particular vehicle as a blanket that would work exactly the same on any other make and model. So like he works on his Ford. Let's change a AC compressor. This is how you change an AC compressor. Well, yeah, that's how you change it on your Mazda truck, but that doesn't go the same as a Nissan Sentra or a Toyota Camry or a Ford F-150. Scotty and Chris try to make blanket videos that this is how you change a serpentine belt, and he shows that Scotty's bad about it too. This is how you change a time belt, and he's doing it on like a Toyota Camry. Like if you know how to do it on a Toyota Camry, then you can change it on a Subaru, or you can change it on a VQ35. Well, that's a bad example. That's a time and chain engine, but he makes it like, if you know how to do it from this, watch this video, you can do it on any other car. And then he does the timing belt replacement. He's like, he doesn't give you torque specs for the tensioner. He doesn't tell you the special tools to do the tensioner, or, it's just so slapped together. Like, this is a general overview of how this service is actually done on this particular model with no specifics and no step-by-step procedure.
Nothing goes perfect when you're working on a car. And I'll tell you what, I've actually made about probably close to 20 different car repair videos, and I've trashed them all. Because as I was doing them, I did something that pissed me off, and I'm just like, man, this is hard as hell to do a video. Not only that, I get interrupted a lot. That's my biggest problem is I'll be doing something and some guy will walk in when I'm working on something and walk right into the camera, and I'm like, damn it. Now I got to edit this out. And then when I go to edit it out, it's like, well, that was part of the whole thing I was doing right there. But I do enough of them. I'm not too concerned about them. There's a lot of repair videos that, like Eric O, he's got a setup that is desirable for what, and we've talked about this, like when you have your own shop setting where you can close off the world, to not bug you when you're making repair videos. That is what makes it a big difference. You know, I mean, it already takes twice as long to film a video
Oh yeah.
when you're working on a car. That's and in my case, time is always of an essence. That's my biggest problem. I get off. I just got on here tonight, 7 o'clock, finishing up doing some stuff. You know, I'm running all the time. It is just a pain. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you how it is. My Yaz TDI. M Yaz TDI. Wow, I'm new to the channel. I appreciate the super chat. That is awesome. $24.99.
Nice.
I appreciate that.
Nice.
Thank you, Occupant. I appreciate you guys thanking the guys if I don't do that.
Pick it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Night Ninja 01. Yeah. Anything that's got a torque spec, I do torque. I torque spark plugs. You don't believe me, that's for you not to believe, but I do. I like to do things as precisely and accurately as possible. Just Wrench it said something. So it's the way he makes the videos. Can DIY guys not work on their own car? You're sounding like if it's not ASE certified, it's not a legit repair. At CP, the tool addict, not stirring, just curious. No, ASE, if you know me, ASE certifications don't mean crap in a bucket to me. That is the most outdated BS system of pay us to give you a test independently to show that you know what you know because we said you know it because you took our crappy, outdated, nonsensical test. The ASE is a joke in my opinion. I let mine expire and never renewed them because it's what's your thoughts on ASE certification, CP? Because I think it's a crock of crap.
It is. So, you know, I have a few ASE certifications. My one support to ASE certifications is that I like to see young techs get them because I think it motivates them to be a better technician. There is very little information in there that makes you a better technician, but it forces you to prove to yourself that you're actually trying to do something different. I do agree with you 100% on that, but I still think I just noticed in some of the younger techs that getting an ASE certification seems to be, they hear that a lot and they go, well, that means I don't need to get one. And then they just expect to learn everything. There's a little bit of stuff in there that they can gather knowledge from. And I think it gives them something to, at first, what do you want to call that? Participation trophy? Is that kind of what it gives them a little bit of hope. It gives them a little bit of hope to make them feel better. You know, I just want to, you know, get for a while that ASE patch, when you first get it, you feel pretty awesome about it. And I think that's the only one good thing about an ASE certification, you know, and I always look at everything a half class full. That's how I am about it. But, you know, I just want to see some of these younger techs put a little bit more effort into being a better, like, you know, what you do with doing the torque specs, you go above and beyond. And honestly, I'm not going to lie. I don't do torque specs like you do on everything, you know, and there's a lot of mechanics that don't because they do Dugga, and even Erico does it on his channel. If you've done it for a while, you get the feel for it. But honestly, every new technician should do it exactly how you're doing it. Just like when I hear guys talk about another big thing that I keep harping on my channel, I listen to all these guys talk about getting impact sockets. New technicians getting impact sockets, to me, is not the right thing to do because you should not be running air tools or electric tools when you first start wrenching. You need to learn to feel what it's like to get a nut or a bolt to the right specification. You need to learn how to get a fastener to the right torque specs or get it close to it without breaking it off. I've seen too many new guys come out, get on an impact, and rip off bolts right away because they didn't know how to trigger control on an air tool or now an electric tool. Right. So I always advocate that to any new guy. I'm like, get a ratchet, get a chrome socket, do it like that. Now people say you can use an impact socket, and that's debatable to me. Honestly, it's thicker. Some of the most of the impact sockets are thinner now, and I get that, but I still think that chrome still has a use. And not only that, for a new technician, especially when they're trying to save money, you have more options to buy sets and chromes that are complete. You know, there's a lot of them that come with wrenches and sockets. I mean, you just can't find that with the impacts. You know, so and you know, it is what it is.
That kind of touches on what I was trying to convey. Just wrench it. When I talk about that, when it comes to DIY repair, people that aren't professionals, that don't have a feel for this kind of stuff, it's good for them to torque stuff to the specification because either they don't know that they're not torquing something tight enough or they're going to snap something off. So a lot of people say, well, torque wrenches are expensive. A Harbor Freight Pittsburgh $20-$30 torque wrench is fine enough for what, one-time repairs, doing your own brakes, doing your own CV axle replacement, struts, things of that nature. So when they're doing their own DIY repair, I would rather have them the torque specifications using a cheap, crappy torque wrench so that they're not going to ring off a bolt, round a bolt off, and then they're in a world of hurt because most DIY guys do not have experience with extracting broken bolts, dealing with stuff like that. So that adds fuel to the fire. They're already upset that they're having to save money and fix something themselves normally, and then they go and break a fastener off in an engine block or go break off, a suspension bolt or nut. That adds to the stress and the cost. So, I'm not saying that you have to be ASE certified because, again, you see, I don't care about ASEs, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But
yeah,
I just would rather them, because everyone's skill level DIY is all over the place.
Yes.
Some guys have never held a wrench. I'll bring this point up real quick. I've been helping with Habitat for Humanity this year, helping and building a house. And there is the Habitat for Humanity here has a program called Youth Build. Youth Build is all over the country. It helps at-risk teens, adolescents that have maybe been in jail before, helps them learn a trade and get a job. It blows my mind that there are like 20-year-olds that don't know how to swing a hammer. They don't know how to use an impact drill, a drill to drill a hole. They can't impact a screw into a piece of wood. So
yes,
you never know what someone's level of competency is with a wrench or a socket or, a hammer or anything like that, especially nowadays that modernization and technology has gotten people more away from blue collar stuff. And, people my age, 30 and younger, there's a lot of people that can't fix a lot of stuff themselves. I mean, people that it's insane for most people to think of, but there's a lot of people I know property owners that have rental properties that have had millennial renters call them to change a light bulb because they don't know how to replace a light bulb in their house. Like, it seems like the stupidest thing ever, but it seriously is an issue. Like, it's weird for me because I'm sure most people that are technicians, mechanics, mechanical, it's been that way their whole life. Like, I was tearing shit apart when I was 4 and 5 years old. I've always had that in me to want to take stuff apart, see how it works. So my mind is mechanically oriented and thinks that way. But there's some people that are not. So, judging their skill level and competence level and where they're at is hard to do. So
I definitely agree with that.
That's why, with people like Scotty and Chris Fix, it aggravates me to the point because I think about people that are in that skill set trying to do some of this stuff because they make it look so easy and like it's a nothing thing when some of this stuff is like C-Tech, B-Tech kind of repairs and A-Tech repairs that you shouldn't be, like, your first out of the hole should not be going and replacing your own head gasket. If you've never done any work before, if you never change your oil, don't go do a head gasket. If you never rotate a tire, don't go do a timing belt. So that's my point. That's where I'm at on that. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be like I know everything and everyone else does crap work. It's not that at all.
No, and I'm not knocking on. I am kind of knocking on Chris Fixes because he does repair work on his own cars, and that's great. But you don't know what the skill level or what he's actually doing is correct. You don't know anything what he's doing is actually, that it's not something that he messes up and takes to somebody else to get it fixed afterwards because he doesn't give a complete outlook on it. He just kind of shows you.
The beauty of editing video. You never know what happened. There's been plenty of videos I filmed that look perfect on film, but I broke a damn bolt off because it was rusted or something. I spent hours extracting it and fixing it. I've had some people point out, wait, why is that ball joint not rusty? It was rusty like before this scene changed. Don't worry about that. That's not what the focus of this video. Have you pointed out Superbike Armin's super chat? I know that came up while we were talking, so I didn't know if
I appreciate that, Armin. I appreciate that a ton. Yes, I just left it up there because that's my way to say thank you too. Yeah, no, you know what? Editing. That's the other thing about YouTube is that there's the people will leave a lot of that stuff out that shows that, and I don't want them to leave anything out. That's why I try not to edit it anything. I just get up and shoot from the hip and go to it, because quite frankly, I just don't want to be, I want to be me 100%. Like, I'm not perfect. And that's what I think. Nobody out there that does car repairs can tell you that they literally do a job every day and it's perfect, because car repairs, there's nothing will ever go right with a car repair almost all the time. Hardly. I mean, if you've done it 100 times, yes, simple stuff. But for the majority of the time, something will always mess you up.
Me and my longtime buddy Hans is actually the person that got me on Subarus to start with. We have a running inside joke about, it only takes this job will be done in 30 minutes. He'd tell his wife, we'll be done in an hour. And we'd be in the damn garage to 4 or 5 in the morning, just like wanting to shoot ourselves. Never failed. Anytime me and him got together to do a quick 30-minute or hour job, it always snowballed into like an all-night freaking affair. Never failed. Someone did say something about technician school, I believe. I think I wanted to touch
that was right here. Night Ninja said that ASC ain't nothing. These kids coming out of school getting ASC certs, thinking they're great, but they're just terrible mechanics with no effort. Yeah, I have saw some kids that come out of school and they think they're awesome. Some people have the gift. I will tell you that some people have the gift. I was not gifted coming out of school, and I didn't actually go to school to be gifted. I actually went to school to try to better myself. And I will say, after putting 2 years into into school, that I was disappointed when I got out of it, because I was doing stuff like measuring heads and stuff like that. And that stuff's almost irrelevant now, because 9 times out of 10, you're going to take the head to the machine shop. You're not going to mess with it because it's not efficient for you or cost effective to the customer for you to waste your time to lap valves in. Guys don't build heads anymore. It's not like the old days. You just don't do that stuff. So, and not only that, I went to school right when I went to school in 2000. So you can imagine where I was. I mean, fuel injection was still kind of primitive, not really. And we were still learning about some carburetor stuff. Yeah, I'll tell you what, dude.
Maybe OBD2 was a little, OBD2 maybe.
Yes, OBD2 was still there.
2000, hand tools were rudimentary. Fuel injection, not so much, because it's been around since the mid '80s. So I bought an MT2500 for my very first scan tool. So the graphing MT500 with the cards, the big brick.
Yep. Yeah. It was a great scan tool, but that was what I learned all my diagnostics on, was that at first.
Yeah, someone in the comments, it was about tech school, though, I thought was the comment.
Okay, hold on. Let's shift through here. Hello, Antonio. Let's see. I'm a real giveaway guy.
Supporter for anyone getting in the field to go to a technical college and get at least their 2-year degree for automotive technology. I'm big on that.
I'm doing head gasket now. Armin Milton versus 5 different. Oh, yes. Let's see here. Exactly how you just explained was exactly how I was taught some years ago. Attended automotive service repair schooling. Instructors were big on that.
I think it was something else. Maybe I may remember wrong.
I'm at a 4-year school right now, and a lot of people I deal with.
Yep, that was it. 4-year school right now. A lot of people I deal with, people that don't even know how to do maintenance on their car. Yeah, I had that issue. I went to York Technical College in 2007, and I graduated in 2009 with my automotive technologies degree. And when I went to school, I mainly went just to get my piece of paper. I was like, I know everything already. I was that kind of person that, I know it all. I just need to go get my piece of paper. I've been working on stuff since I was 5 years old. I mean, it was the truth. My dad was a ASE certified master tech, and he was 5-star Chrysler and whatever the hell that was, the gold technician, or I can't remember all of Chrysler's individual accolades, but he had most of those. Wow. And I mean, I was tearing apart carburetors when I was 5 years old. I remember I got a Polaroid picture somewhere. I was 5 years old on the back porch of a carburetor and an old pie plate, tearing it down when I was 5 years old. So, I've been wrenching on stuff forever. I mean, growing up on the farm, you had to work on the tractors and the farm equipment and old farm trucks and everything else all the time. So I was always mechanically minded. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go to school and just get my piece of paper, was my attitude. But man, it blew my mind how many people were in tech school with me that couldn't change oil, couldn't rotate tires. I mean, we were like, why the hell are you here? And they're like, well, I wanted to learn. Well, right, but normally you'd have some kind of like foundation before starting, not just like jump in. But
when you're talking about your dad being a mechanic before, I'll tell you what, that is a huge deal right there. I never had that. My dad was not. He was a DIY guy. And the reason why I wanted to become a mechanic was because I was tired of watching him fix stuff and suck at it. And so I wanted to be able to fix it myself and not have to deal with him doing it. Because we had dump trucks, we were always working on something. We had old international pickups, just like you, living on the farm, doing all that stuff. And I wish that I had somebody, I wish my dad was an actual real life mechanic, because it would have helped out a lot for me to move forward, because it was a little bit more difficult for me when I started working on stuff in high school. We had automotive in our high school, and I started doing it, and then I started really getting into it deep, and then I built my first motor, and then so on and so forth. But
that was another thing. When I graduated in 2009, our class, they said we were the last class that was going to get engine performance. We were last class to get engine performance and transmissions. We rebuilt transmissions. They said they're not going to teach it anymore because everyone's just replacing them. We're not going to replace. Yep. We're not going to do engine performance. I mean, we were grinding valves and doing machine shop work. No one does that anymore. You buy a reman head or a reman engine or short block. It's gotten so streamlined. We had just started talking about hybrids like that. We had just touched on hybrids barely. And we had just barely even talked about direct fuel injection, which now is huge. And that's another thing that's an issue in this field, is the guys that refuse to continue their education. People that say, I've been working on cars for 30 damn years. I know everything. I don't need to learn all that new shit. Or the old guys will say, man, I wish they'd go back to carburetors already. Man, if you're that guy that says, I wish they'd go back to carburetors, you should have retired a long time ago. Shit's moving forward constantly. They're never moving back. Get with the times and learn how to fix the stuff, learn how to diagnose stuff, or just pack it up. I mean, you're not going to be everything you can be in the field if you're locking your brain out and like, I've learned it all. I've been through school. I ain't got to learn no more. I mean, I came into that all the time with the older guys. But then there's a bunch of new kids too that come out thinking they know every damn thing and they're the best thing out there and their shit don't stink. And then they get out there and they screw up a bunch of cars because they don't ask for help from their foreman. They don't ask for help from, anyone else in the shop because they're too prideful to admit that, hey, I haven't done this before and maybe I should ask someone for help. I'm just going to go ahead and do it because I know how to do it, and then screw something up and, cause an issue. Yeah.
That is 100% true too. You know what? I refuse to be that guy. I've been taking diesel classes. I went and did a Duramax class, and I couldn't believe, I was actually blown away that the electrical that they're putting high voltage on Duramaxes now. So they put all those orange wires for the high voltage on them because of the injectors now, of how fast they pulsate. Right. That stuff blows my mind. I was in that class and I'm just like, wow, I'm an idiot. I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I can't believe, that they're doing that to diesels already. Here I was worried about hybrids and they're doing the same thing to diesels. So when somebody said in the chat about electric cars being relevant, yes, high voltage, electric, if you're not getting in with that, you're going to be way behind the time, because there's a ton of electrical stuff. You're almost going to have to be an electrician when it all said and done.
By 2030, we probably will not see very many more ICE vehicles being produced, internal combustion engine vehicles. It'll probably be mainly electric. As far as I know, GM has resolved that by 2025, their fleet will be electric. I think Ford said by 2028. Discount, what's that? What's Mr. Subaru Sucks guy over and over again? I see you. Good job. Okay. I understand. You don't like Subarus. Right there 3 times over, Subaru sucks, like spamming the chat. When I haven't even talked about Subarus really in here except for transmissions for like 5 minutes.
This throwers. I don't know who that is. He gone. He gone.
What was that back there? We need. I got kind of sidetracked on where I was at. It was about school. Someone said,
that I wanted to talk about that YouTube thing. I don't know if you deal with it like I do, but that I get that a ton. It is absolutely. Where was that at? I got to change the battery of my light here. I got way behind in the chat here. I'm sorry, guys. We got 125 people in the chat, so
wow.
Obviously you guys are digging it. So I lost. There it is. Night Ninja. When I hate it when customers come in and they say seen it on YouTube, put a part on, complain because it doesn't work. Why Diax? That is definitely, that's another reason why I get pissed off about bad info on YouTube, because that is definitely coming down. And I actually had a guy come in from a channel that I know that he said, "Oh, I watched on this channel," and I was like, "That guy's a flipping idiot." And I said, if that's what you want, then go get it from him, because I would love to see him do it."
Right.
And he's gonna,
Someone mentioned something about higher education past high school shop for kids in a comment. Like I said, I'm a big advocate for technical colleges. Now, YO Tech, UTI, NASCAR Tech, that's a big money-making racket scam. Do not go to those places. They are not NATEV certified. They are not anything, honestly, other than their own namesake, taking tons of money from you. When I went to York Technical College, which is a local technician, or a technical college doing exactly what it is, I didn't pay a dime. I got paid to go to school. Any blue collar job trade right now, you can basically go to school for free or make money. They paid my tuition. They bought my books. They gave me an allowance each month for transportation, gas money, and I had a little bit left over at each quarter. I mean, it was easy to get. If you have decent enough grades from high school, your GPA was decent enough, it's pretty easy to pay for higher education when it comes to a trade, compared to going and getting a 4-year liberal arts degree, which is basically not worth jack, wouldn't get you a job at McDonald's nowadays. We talked about that before, micro and dirty jobs and, trades and blue collar work, that we're both big advocates for. And that's a whole nother can of worms to get into. But definitely, definitely right now, the way that automobiles are and the way they are going, it is extremely hard as a kid to just get a job as an apprentice, and pick it up as they go. You need some kind of solid foundational education in electrical components, reading wiring diagrams, understanding voltage and resistance, understanding relay. If you don't have a good foundation in anything electrical, you are going to struggle on modern vehicles. I mean, just electrical is not enough. I mean, you got to know how to use a lab scope. You've got to know about CAN bus systems and communications between modules. If you don't know or understand that stuff or have a basic grasp of it, you are going to have extremely hard time doing anything with drivability or diagnostics. There's not a whole bunch of, there's still a bunch of, just brake rotors and brake pads and suspension components, bolt-ons, and replacing engines, transmissions, a lot of wrench work, but there is a ton of mental work, measuring, diagnosing, stuff like that. You've got to have a solid education in that stuff to go and build upon in the real world. It is extremely hard to just pick that stuff up in the workforce as you're doing it.
Yep, I agree. And pico scopes are definitely, they're going to be, and people think they get confused about them. Mm-hmm. Pico scopes are really the lazy man's way to diagnose stuff, to be honest with you. I've seen so many people, I watched so many older technicians. Huh?
I would actually argue the opposite of that. One giant problem I see in shops, because that recently, since I left the shop I was at, I was back doing mobile diagnostic work. All my Snap-on customers know that I was like a higher level drivability diagnostician, so they hire me out when they can't figure out something, basically. But that is a problem I see that is rampant right now in every shop, whether it was in my old route in Columbia or my route here in the upstate of South Carolina. I always had customers that knew I knew how to diagnose stuff, and they would always ask me, or bounce stuff off me when I come around as a tool man. So there's so many times I cringe when I see people that read codes. They take the code, they've got an oxygen sensor code or a cam sensor code or a crank sensor code. Immediately they put that sensor on it, thinking that will fix it without doing any other mental, logical thinking of the processes of why that code is actually on. So case in point, a lot of you saw recently, CPU saw the head gasket job, that nightmare head gasket job I had on that Subaru for that shop that called me. The initial issue was a cylinder 4 misfire. It came in with a cylinder 4 misfire. So what they do? The first thing they did was put a spark plug in it. Well, that didn't fix the misfire. So let's put plug wires on it. That didn't fix the misfire. Then they put an ignition coil on it. Well, that didn't fix the misfire. All right, well, we spent like $300 of this customer's money, and we still ain't fixed the issue. Call Robert. He knows Subarus. I come in, ask him, have you done a cylinder leakage test yet? No. Right. Put the cylinder leakage tester in there. I'm in there 5 minutes. Boom, confirmed. Blown head gasket on cylinder 4. Coolant dumping in, causing a misfire. We're done. Pay him a $100 diagnostic fee, and I'll be out of the way. He says, well, if you want the job, I'll pay you to do it. And it snowballed from there. But there is so many instances where I see that. Or, I got a cam sensor code, man, and I put a cam sensor on it, and it's still not right. Well, did you scope out the cam sensor? Are you getting the square wave to the PCM? Have you checked resistance between the PCM pins and the connector for the cam sensor to make sure you don't have a short to ground or short to power interrupting the signal? Right. Have you checked power and ground of the PCM? Have you checked cam crank correlation to make sure you don't have a jump timing belt? People don't want to put forth the effort in thinking through what the code's telling them. So many people have gotten used to, I plug the scanner in, it gives me a code. That code is what I need to do. I got an oxygen sensor code. I put an oxygen sensor in it. Well, no, you had a lean code. Why do you have a lean code? You're getting too much air in the system between the mass air sensor and the combustion chamber and the oxygen sensor. So likely you've got an air leak at the throttle body, a bad throttle body gasket, an intake manifold gasket. Oh no, it said oxygen sensor. I put an oxygen sensor in it and it's still not working. What are your long-term and short-term fuel trims? What are those? If you're not looking at long-term and short-term fuel trims to diagnose, if you're not, good with a scope, you're going to struggle hard and just parts cannon stuff. Eric O at South Main Auto talks about this all the time. People that parts cannon stuff, they just throw parts at stuff till something sticks. That is a rampant issue in the automotive repair industry right now. And that's another thing that makes mechanics look like con men, that they're out to just make money for people.
Yeah, because they hung a bunch of parts and then try to sell them all. No, I completely agree. And I understand when I say about picoscope, you have to know how to use a picoscope, obviously. On situations like you're talking about with that, exactly with the spark plug. In my instance, when I would have had a cylinder misfire, I would have, instantly pulled the plug wire off and checked to see if I was getting spark to the plug. And then obviously I would went right to compression. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's pretty simple stuff right there.
It boggles my mind where people don't think through the processes. If you've got a misfire, it's for 3 reasons. What do you need to have a cylinder fire? You need to have fuel, spark, and compression. Check for spark. Check for fuel. Check for compression. When you don't have one of those, you have a misfire. So it's got to be one of the 3. They don't logically think. It's like, well, if it's a misfire, throw a spark plug in it. If that's not it, put a fuel injector in it. It just gives us a bad name.
No, I think there's a lot of people that have been taught badly. Yeah, that's exactly why I always in my when I go to help somebody out in a shop, I'm like, stop what you're doing. Okay, and let's talk about what you did to get to where you're at now, and then we'll discuss what you did wrong when you did that. If you you don't find a leak from a tire by looking in the engine bay, right? And that's what a lot of people do.
There's another good point. All right, Walter, what was that? Misfire codes have seen it in non-OE spark plugs installed causing a misfire. I've seen that too before. People that put those stupid like E3 spark plugs, anything gimmicky. I've seen issues like that before. Below that, my dad spent $2,500 because the dealership threw injectors at his truck. Turns out all the exhaust rocker arms were broken. That is another rampant issue is dealer techs. Dealer techs get complacent and they get lazy. When you work on the same manufactured vehicle over and over and over again, that was one thing that turned me off to the Subaru dealerships when I interviewed for them. Not getting hired, I didn't really care, but talking to their master tech holds no merit with me either, because the master tech I talked to said he never used his lab scope. How are you diagnosing higher level stuff if you're not using lab scope? These are the guys that you go up to their toolbox and they got a whole box, a whole drawer that's like a good crank sensor, a good cam sensor, a good ignition coil.
Part hangers, part scanners, guys.
They switch stuff out and see if it fixed it. And, that fixed it. Call parts department, order a coil, order this. It fixed it. Rather than taking 2 seconds to actually diagnose the issue.
My God.
Switch out the parts. See, that's another rampant issue. I've taken so many customers from the 2 local Subaru dealerships from me that have screwed customers out of money and time. That video I did with the people that had the Outback, the battery constantly died. The dealership charged $100 for a set of taillight housings because they said water in the taillight housing was causing a parasitic draw.
Yep.
The problem was the damn CD player. It took me 15 minutes, 20 minutes to diagnose the CD player had a parasitic draw.
Fuses. Yeah.
Then I had a guy that he had a higher mileage Outback, like 280,000 miles. The dealership already was trying to sell him a new car was the issue. He went one time to the dealership to have a time belt installed. Young tech, fresh out of wherever, probably didn't go to school, screwed up the time belt job, started the engine without the crank pulley on, bent every valve in the head. Subaru had to eat 2 cylinder heads for this guy's car because they put a kid that didn't know enough on a time belt job. That was mistake number 1. He went back later and they said, your differential drain plug for your front differential is stripped out. It's going to cost a lot of money to extract it. And, you've got a gear oil leak. We need to sell you an entire transmission. And, the transmission's not worth the car because it's got 280,000 miles on it. I said, bring the car to me. He brought it to me. I used an RBRT T70, extracted the drain plug, no problem. Put a new drain plug in it, cleaned off all the gear oil they'd spilled. And what had happened was they had overfilled the front differential by a solid quart. The gear oil had come out of the differential vent, dripped down the case, and looked like that the gear oil, the case was leaking. So literally it was a brake parts cleaner, draining, refilling properly the level, and a new drain plug and a new crush washer. It was like $80 altogether, parts and labor, and they were trying to sell him a $4,500 transmission. So I won him for life away from the Subaru dealership just for that.
Nope. There's my Wi-Fi. Everybody's complaining about my Wi-Fi. It's it's hit or miss with me. The process, the simple. I was thinking about what I said, and then I got hung up on the Wi-Fi. Simple things escape people. That's the biggest thing. Is everybody overcomplicates it, and there's a lot of technicians that are, and just like you said, I'm 100% in agreement with you. Dealer techs are so used to just slapping the same job over and over and over and over and over again. That definitely burns them. It'll burn them, a lot of them. It's so funny because it's been going on for years. Like I know I went to how many shops, and the number one guy was the guy that had everything in his toolbox to change parts out. And that was the big tech. I remember this guy named Larry, and I was like, how is he the number one guy? All he does is take parts and change them out until he finds the problem. I was like, that's not fixing it. It's still a waste of time. You're not efficient. That's not fixing anything. You're just changing parts out. And there's a lot of dealer techs. That's what they do. You know, and I get it. It's easier for them to do that than learn. But at the end of the day, you're not doing yourself a justice or anybody else in that shop, especially young techs, because they see that stuff and that's how they think they're supposed to fix cars. Right. Simple things like that taillight issue. I was blown away because I have had multiple issues like that CD player deal with your car. Electrical draws seem to be like everybody's bugaboo. They cannot figure them out. I'm like, it's simple, guys. You pull fuses. Pull fuses and check. It's not that hard.
Well, how is it? That's the old way, actually. Now that's an issue because all the modules and stuff, because your module will wake back up sometimes now if you pull fuse. They make it even hard to diagnose stuff now with that whole thing with all the modules that wake up and time out and stuff, especially GM. GM's horrible about that kind of stuff. But
Oh,
like
yeah.
some modules take
Yeah.
30 minutes to fall asleep. And if you screw up and open a door or something while diagnosing, boom, the module wakes up. You got to wait another 30 minutes for it to go to sleep to try to diagnose again.
Yeah,
It does get
I had a
aggravating.
BCM. I had a BCM on a Hummer that I had a hell lot of fits with it about that, doing testing on it because it took 30 minutes to shut down on it. And we had a draw on it. It was bad. And we argued about, the ampere, or the how much was acceptable for it to do draw, or how much was the acceptable amperage on it for a draw. And it was a whole mess, but we find it was an older GM stuff. The older the shit gets, the worse it is. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's another.
Thermal images.
That's another great one. The thermal imager, when Snap-on came up with thermal imager, I sold one to a guy who was a Duramax guy. All he did was diesels. And he was trying to find out why Duramax wasn't cranking. And I had the thermal imager in my hand because I was going to show him the new tool. And I had it on just scanning around. There you go. You're some Wi-Fi money. And
Thank you, Just Ratchet. I appreciate it, Matt.
I was scanning around the wiring harness around the main fuse block on this Duramax. And all of a sudden, I saw a hot spot in the middle of the wiring harness. I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, hey, Twan, check this out. Pull that conduit back, see what's glowing in there. And someone that had stuck some kind of resistor or something in the harness, he yanked that out, and boom, it fired right up. So, having the right tool for the job is always, that's why I love tools so much. Having the right tool for the job will always make your life easier.
Absolutely. It's funny. It's funny, but actually being a tool truck dealer opened my eyes to making me a better technician, to be honest with you. I don't know how you feel about that, but there was things that I found as being a tool dealer that I didn't know about before.
Right.
That actually changed my life drastically and that's what makes me that's why I started doing my YouTube, because I know that there's a lot of stuff out there that still technicians and other mechanics don't know about, because when I was a tool dealer, I would find this stuff. I'm a nut. I'm an addict. So I would look for this stuff, and I'd see somebody doing a job. And even all my buddies, they say I'm crazy. Why you got all this tool? Well, guess what? When you're always calling me, asking me, hey, do you got this? Guess what? How much easier did I make your life? GM brake lines are terrible here. Okay? And those flare nut sockets, those Snap-on, I have those Snap-on flare nut sockets, and they literally save you so much time on doing those GM brake lines, because that damn ABS module is a pain in the ass where it's located, trying to put those on. And they're, we do a ton of them all the freaking time because they're rusted. But it's something as simple as that. That is the best and only way to do those efficiently and get it, and not have to ruin your fingers trying to get them in there.
Right.
Nothing crazy, but people don't know about them because they were made for diesel. So when you
Uh-oh. Can y'all still hear me, or is it just CP gone? AgTech 45, just wrench it, both you're right. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. What's up, Superbike? Are y'all still getting me, or is it okay? CP's just frozen. Okay. So there was something I just saw I wanted to touch on. Not so much the thermal image. Where was it? Yeah, looks like $5 wasn't enough to keep his internet going over there. Yeah, so I'm talking about misdiagnosis. Some guys buy every Snap-on tool, but I won't let them change my oil. Yeah, just because you have tools doesn't mean you know how to use them. That's another big thing. Just having every tool doesn't, like I said, doesn't mean you know how to use them or what you're going to do with them. This is the realest tech stream I've seen on YouTube yet. Absolute truth. I'm glad you're enjoying it. CP is completely gone. I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully he'll jump back in here. But we'll talk real quick about another experience I had. Like I said, I do try to do higher level diagnostic work. That's what I enjoy, is figuring out wiring diagrams and issues of vehicles while they're not running. It's just that kind of satisfaction of figuring out something that someone else couldn't figure out. I had a customer bring me a Ford 500. I can't remember what year model it was now, but he'd been to 3 other shops in town. I think he'd paid about $800-900 at this point. He had issue where the car would randomly stall out. And one shop had replaced the throttle body on it. One shop replaced spark plugs and wires on it. One shop had put a fuel pump in it. And I think someone did intake gaskets and something else. And he brought it to me. So first time I looked at the car, hooked the scanner up, checked the codes. It had a throttle body code. It had it was a code for cam sensor and crank sensor, and there was, I think, a lean code. When I opened the hood on it, first thing I noticed was the upper engine mounts were completely gone, like completely shot, no rubber left, just the engine flopping around pretty badly when you brake, torque it, and park or reverse. So I went to drive it. They towed it in. It kept cutting off. Well, I noticed that if you hit the brakes with moderate effort, the engine would cut off every time you hit the brakes. So I had a buddy drive it with the hood open, and I watched and I saw the engine rock. So I said, okay, it's something in the wiring is making a braking connection when the engine rocks when the brakes are hit. So pulled it on the rack, jacked it up. I said, all right, I'm probably losing crank or cam signal, something of that nature. Pulled the inner fender liner out on the driver's side, got in there, and I finally found the issue. All that was wrong the entire time with the car was the 2-wire crank sensor. The force of the engine rocking forward on the bad motor mounts had pulled the wires loose at the connector, the pigtail for the crank sensor. So every time you hit the brakes, the crank sensor would disconnect and stall the engine. And when you let the engine rock back to natural position, it would reconnect. You could start the car. So it ended up being like a $30 pigtail from Ford and like a diag fee after he'd spent like $800 or $900 at other shops to have all this other work done. And all it was a crank sensor pigtail the whole time. So that's the stuff that really aggravates me. Stuff like that. Those people were just throwing parts at it. They didn't ever get to the root cause. And it was a simple fix. It was a $30 pigtail.
Hey!
Hey, he's back.
Oh, I don't know. My stupid Wi-Fi. I got MediaCom, and it's just randomly goes out. You know, it just completely blinked off completely.
It's all that corn stalks out there swaying around, discombobulated.
Yeah, yeah, all the deratios. So
right.
yeah, it's awesome though that you got to stay on with it though. I mean, that's the cool part about it is I knew I could come back in. Yeah.
Yeah. I ended up replacing his engine mounts as well after I fixed the wiring issue, so he wouldn't have issue with and I also added some slack to the harness just in case, so he wouldn't have it pulling so taut on those wires.
If you guys haven't done a thumbs up yet, I appreciate it. If you give me a thumbs up, that's definitely appreciated. 130 people were in the chat. I saw while I was trying to get back in.
I need to try to wrangle up my people and get them over here.
Oh, yeah. You got a lot of your guys still up. Yeah, 70,000 subscribers. Mr. Subaru is definitely the biggest. He's the biggest YouTuber I've had on to date. No doubt about it.
It's pretty crazy how I've grown, because I think this time last year I only had like 25,000 subscribers. So
no kidding.
Yeah, I mean I was struggled for so long. I've been making videos like I did the Mr. Subaru thing, like rebranded the channel to Mr. Subaru and like pushed that like into 2013, between when I closed down my last actual shop I owned and before I started working with Snap-on. That's during that 3 to 4 month span before I started back with Snap-on. That's when I decided I'm good at working on cars. I'm good at photography and videography. Let's put the two together, because at the time when I had my first shop, I was watching Scotty Kilmer. I was watching Eric the Car Guy. I was watching, I don't think South Main Auto was really around then, but I was like, man, Humble Mechanic, Charles Humble Mechanic, who's right up the road from me in North Carolina, Volkswagen guy. I was watching their channel. I was like, man, I could do that. I'm going to try that. And then boom, here I am, struggled forever. And just recently, last year or so, it's finally starting to gain some momentum. So
I'm at 3,300. So I'm pretty happy. I never expected to do anywhere close to that when I started doing this. I was just like, I'm just going to, I sat around and watched stuff for long. You know, it's funny because I was watching you probably when you had 25K this time last year, because I didn't realize you only had 25K. I thought you had 50,000, but that's crazy. I know you've been going. I know you were just at 60,000. Excuse me, like not more than. Yeah.
It's exponentially taking off. Thankfully, I mean, I've only been at it 7 years, so it just takes so long to gain anything on YouTube unless you're doing like we talked about Mr. Beast, which we both watch Mr. Beast. We both like Mr. Beast. That's like a hang up for people like, oh, Mr. Beast is for young kids and stuff. Nah, no. Mr. Beast is only like an hour and a half drive from where I'm at. He lives very close to me up in North Carolina.
I'll tell you, two guys that I know, Kevin Junkyard Diggs is right here. He only started 3 years ago. He's got close to 500,000 now. And then Derek from Vice Grip Garage, he's got 500,000 now. He started a year ago. So those guys are really.
It's insane how some people are rewarded by the algorithm and some people aren't. That was my thing, was trying to figure out. Now we're getting into YouTube, trying to figure out what titles and thumbnails to make that weren't clickbait, because I didn't want to clickbait people. That's the fastest way to grow on YouTube, but I wanted to be, like I said, as honest as possible in my videos and in getting people to that video. Right. Now, like some of my most popular videos have been somewhat clickbaity, but they're actually on topic at the end of the day when you get in the video. It's not like Scotty Kilmer's brand of clickbait, which is just like
the Japanese. That's all you got to do.
I thought it was glorious how for decades, YouTube's only been around for about 10 years, how he has consistently dogged German vehicles, especially BMWs, as pieces of crap and yada, 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 all this time. And then he goes and buys a new Supra. It's like, then he made that video trying to justify, yes, a BMW, but it's got a Toyota badge on it. It's okay.
You know, there's a lot of people that contradict themselves. I've done it a little bit to some extent, but I'm the type of person, I'm pretty loyal to, I wouldn't say I'm brand loyal, obviously, because I mean, I'm not, if you're brand loyal when it comes to like doing anything, you're screwing yourself. You really are. But yeah, it's definitely funny though, how some people do dog on something, then you see them do it, you know, which, I mean, I dog on Matco and I do buy a lot of Matco, but I really do have a passion for making Matco better. I think that I don't want to get back on that topic again, but it's disheartening because when I started buying Matco, it was really good stuff. Right. And it's disappointing to watch it now and people brag about how awesome it is. And it's like, you don't even know. You don't even know. And it's just disappointing. But
touching on that, talking about Mac has kind of, Mac's USA, Mac stuff is getting kind of small. What's actually still Mac and US made, because there's a lot of the Taiwan stuff. There's a lot of rebrands from Mac. They're not as bad as Matco. They're not as great as Snap-on. But there's been a lot of times where my dad had a ton of Mac stuff. He almost had more Mac stuff than Snap-on stuff. There's another bit of privilege for me starting out in this field, is having a dad that was a lifelong technician. When I got out of school, I had Snap-on boxes with Snap-on Mac tools from a career technician. I had a good foundation, but a lot of it was SAE stuff. There wasn't a ton of metric stuff, so I did have to buy a lot of metric stuff because of what I worked on in modern vehicles, and I had to buy scan tools and all that stuff, the higher end stuff. But my point was, I've had issue trading in some of the old school like 70s and 80s Mac stuff for warranty and getting new stuff that's like, like my hose grip Mac pliers, they're like 1980 something Mac good steel. If you work with tools, you know the difference between foreign steel and domestic steel. Those pliers had served me forever, and the only reason I replaced, it's a 3-piece set. There's the big one for heater hoses, the middle one for like coolant lines to throttle bodies and stuff, and the little ones for vacuum lines. The center one, where the jaws meet up, they were kind of off-centered. I should have bent them back, honestly, but I finally found a Mac guy. I've only had a Mac guy for about a year. My entire life, this is the first time I've had a Mac dealer. So I traded them out, and I get these new Mac-branded Taiwanese. The handle,
JS products.
The coating on the handles is a different color red. It was more orange on the old ones. The new ones are kind of a pinkish red, light red. It's not the same material. It's more of a PVC plastic than a soft grip. It just feels mushy, like it's not as resilient. The handle, the metal in the handle, it's just.
We've complained about that, for years. JS Products makes those, and they're garbage.
The old Mac wrenches that had the instead of having the Roman arch in them like Snap-on does on theirs, they had the V. They had the V in the open end of the wrench. I had a whole set of those, and I had to replace a couple of them. The upshoot for that is the knuckle saver. The knuckle saver, I don't like. I've got a couple of them, but I've never used them because I'm weird. The reason I don't like knuckle savers is because they're backwards. Compared to they're backwards. The print and the part number and print is on the wrong side of them. The open end faces this way instead of this way, like every other open end wrench in the planet. And the
you mean like that?
Right. The Mac wrench is upside down now.
Cornwell's the same way.
Right.
Cornwell's, and
I'm not a Cornwell dealer, so I've never had experience with Cornwell product other than like the few things I inherited from my dad.
I'll tell you what, there's and since you're talking about that, that's another thing that I kind of have after dealing with Cornwell now. Since I'm actually starting to see that I actually feel like Cornwell might have more USA made Cornwell stuff, actual Cornwell product, than Mac does now. And then I start to say Cornwell might be the second best tool deal company out there for USA made products because they're actually building. They still build, their plant's cool. I mean, I really want to go tour that plant in Ohio because it's a salt of the earth plant, like a real deal forging.
Parts of the Cornwell production line. It is old. Like their forges and presses and stuff are like over 100, 150 years old. You compare that to like the Snap-on plants that are all modernized constantly. It's a world of difference. Just kind of like SK. If you saw the video recently, SK's new revamped factory.
Yeah.
SK makes a ton of stuff. SK makes basically everything that they market as SK, as far as I know. They seem to be very high on their percentage of manufacturing of product.
Yep. And we need to get and I understand we need to get back to that, but I'll tell you what, when you talk about when you look at the Japanese tools and the quality that you show about the Japanese, I'm still a little bit skeptical about the German stuff. I know everybody talks about it, but I still don't think that. I still feel like the German stuff isn't quite as good as the American-made stuff. I know a lot of guys they'll blow up right away about it. I haven't never used that much of it.
The pushback I see a lot from people, and what I've gotten comments on my stuff, is the fact that for some reason the Germans and the Japanese on their ratchets specifically, like Coken's normal line of ratchets are 24 tooth. And the Z series, the Zeal series is 36 tooth. Like that's nothing when you look at Matco's 88, Snap-on's dual 80, Matt Axis is 90. People look down on low tooth count is poor quality or old, outdated stuff. Stahlvilla, their regular line, I think is 36 tooth. Hatzet, I think is like 36 tooth. Ghidorah, I think is around there. But now that Stahlvilla has their high end, I think it's 80 or 92. Hatzet just come out with the Hyper series. It's 92. And I think Ghidorah has a higher tooth count. But they haven't been worried about high tooth count because when you get your Coken Z series ratchet, I'm going to send you your Flex Head 3/8 I sent you earlier.
Oh, you did?
Well, I ain't got your shipping information yet. I sent you the picture on chat, you ding dong.
Oh, I didn't look. The only I talked to you. I was literally.
Dan saw it. Where is Dan? I haven't seen him at all. He said he was going to be in the chat.
There's been so many people in the chat. I missed people.
Mr. Cali boy, he might have left because we had technical difficulties. But I was going to give Dan the 1/4-inch midget Flex 3/8 because that's what he called, and I was going to give you the long handle 280 millimeter Flex 3/8 soft grip.
Awesome.
But the thing with that 30, you think 36 tooth, you think about like old raised panel Craftsman's, you think about like the old F836 Snap-on or the F930 Snap-on, or like Cornwell, I think is still pretty high tooth count. Now, Cornwell don't have a high tooth count ratchet, do they? They're still 36 tooth, aren't they? For the most part.
Who's that?
Cornwell. They don't have a high tooth count ratchet, do they?
Yeah. No, it's a nice ratchet. It really is.
Oh, they do have a high tooth count ratchet. What series is that?
They have a 72. They have a 72, but yes, the 36 is still their core ratchet is a 40 tooth.
42. Yeah, that with the weird flipper switch. Yeah. I've got one of those.
It's really not that bad though.
Yeah.
I honestly was impressed after I used it a couple times. The flipper actually works really well, and I mean, it's just one of those things you got to try them before you actually, it's just like Coken, just like what you're saying with Coken. That is the mindset that people have, that you got to have that high tooth count is just malarkey.
Yoda Doug is absolutely right. In Europe, there are laws that if it's stamped made in Germany, it is 100% made in Germany. There are no outside sources. Stavilla, Hatzet, Ghidorah, all of those major, like Stavilla, Hatzet, and Ghidorah are basically Mac, Snap-on, and I would say Matco, but Matco doesn't count because they don't make stuff. they're basically like the German equivalent. And then you have Fokem in France, which is now owned by Stanley Black & Decker Mac from our conversation. That was like the big French tool. I think France, as well as Fokem, have Falcon tools. I think I've heard that mentioned. There is a Ghidorah that's made in India. I think it's the same company. You have to be careful when ordering Ghidorah stuff. I think Larry, what's Larry's last name? Bearded guy. He's in the comments on your stuff and my stuff. He mentioned some Ghidorah stuff, I think, in our last chat.
Oh yeah, Larry Borgstrom, the outlaw.
He was talking about Ghidorah stuff that was Indian. There is a line of Ghidorah that was cheaper, made in India, but the Ghidorah German stuff is completely different quality than the Indian stuff. Then in Japan, you've got Coken, KTC Kyoto Tool Company. You got Tone. Hey, Chris Cass is in the house. He can tell us all about the Ghidorah. He knows the Ghidorah and the Japanese stuff better than I do. I'll tell you real quick how I discovered the Japanese tools. Working on Subarus, the rear diff plug. This is exactly how I found all this stuff out, because I didn't know crap about Japanese tools like this time last year. I was searching for the diff drain plug on a Subaru is a square drive. You can stick a 1/2-inch drive ratchet in there and crack it loose, but it wiggles. So I said, one day I'm like, this has got to be metric because it's Japanese. So this has got to be a 13 mil, because 13 mil and 1/2 inch or so similar. So I got on the internet and I was like, where the hell can I find a 13 millimeter pipe plug socket? Because I knew Snap-on didn't sell one, being a dealer. I mean, all we had was standard pipe plug sockets. So I finally found it, and I found the Coken one. And I was like, what the hell is Coken? I've never heard of Coken. So then I Googled Coken, or searched for Coken on YouTube, found Chris Cass's channel.
Yep.
I was like, hell yeah. I binged watch all his videos because I've always had a slight obsession with Japan. I was actually planning to go to Japan this year for the first time in my life, but everything shut down. I was going to go in April for my birthday, and we know how that works. But I learned a ton of stuff from Chris. I got into Coken. From there, it snowballed into Kyoto Tool Company and the Tone. And, then it just snowballed from there. And then Autobahn Dan, he turned me on to Stavilla and Hazet and Ghidorah and Vera and all the German tools. I'm like, man, my world just opened up, because I was tunnel vision, America, Snap-on, Mac, Matco, Cornwell, SK. You got to buy the American tools. Them other countries don't count.
I'd known about Vessel. I had known about I didn't know about Coken. I didn't know about Coken. I knew about Vessel. I knew about Stavilla. I knew about Vera. Yeah. I'd known about those.
The only German tool I knew about was Knipex.
Yeah.
That was it. And that's the big struggle. People were trying to pronounce Knipex and Knipex and however else people do. Yeah, that's it. Larry Borgstrom right there. 92 likes. We need 8 more to hit the like button.
Hey, Client Graphics. Chris, how you doing?
Chris, how much stuff you broken today?
He definitely went through some drills the other day. I watched his video on that. He definitely kicked some butt on some of those.
What, breaking
92 Lex,
drill
Larry Borgstrom, the outlaw Larry Borgstrom. Yeah, Larry's a good old boy. Yes, there's I would love to. My biggest problem is about buying all these extra tools is
I
if
need extra
I mean,
toolboxes.
yes, I mean, honestly, I don't need any more sockets. I don't need any more ratchets.
I'm the same.
And we went through this.
I don't need it, but I want it. So
Right.
the hell with it, right? See, people give me hell all the time. They're like, "Man, you must be rich or this and that." Buying all this stuff. Oh, you bought all that Snap-on stuff when you were a dealer and you got it cheap. Unfortunately for me, no. I bought a ton of that stuff when I was a shop owner before I became a dealer. I bought very little while I was a dealer because I wasn't using it. What am I going to buy it for?
Right.
Near the end, I started buying some stuff, and my boss was like, "The hell are you buying all this stuff? Or are you gearing up to leave me?" I was like, "No." Shifty eyes looking around. But yeah, I kind of wish I'd bought more stuff as a dealer for the discount. But yeah, here where I'm at, and I've told you this before, I'm a single guy. I'm not married. I don't have any kids. I don't have a mortgage. My house is paid for. I don't have a car payment. I drive a $500 piece of shit Subaru, as everyone calls it. I don't have any overhead expenses. I have no credit card debt. I'm very lucky that that was one thing I did when I became a Snap-on dealer. I worked heavily. I was like $30,000-$40,000 in debt when I became a Snap-on dealer. I ate rice and beans every day, and I lived as poor as possible to pay down my credit card debt, my loan debt, and everything else, and became debt-free. And I've tried my damnedest to stay debt-free this entire time. So I don't have anything over me. And everyone's like, "Oh, you must owe the tool trucks $1 billion." Snap-on's paid off. I owe Mac as of today $300 because I bought the BOGO Precision Torque ratcheting wrenches, which I think you saw, and I owe Matco like $200 left because I bought that blue handled ratchet and a set of Cobalt Hyper Step drill bits because I could not buy. We could talk about that, the Hyper Step drill bits, which are pretty cool, but they're made by Worth in Germany. The set in Germany is only like $100 converted from euros, but I could not find anyone that would sell them to me and export them from Germany to the U.S. So my hands were tied. I had to buy them from Matco. I'd rather bought the
Wait
Worth.
a second. Astro makes those.
Astro has a version of it, but the true step bit, I think the Astro version has 3 steps. I think the Matco Hyper Steps are 5-step.
Really?
The Worth W and then the U with the 2 dots over the U, RTH, that company, they have the exact same set of 5. I think it's 5 or 6 steps. If you've got your bits right there to look at, mine are at the farm. Mine are a little ways away.
There's definitely. I'll tell you the downside of these bits. Obviously, I don't use this big one that
Trying
much.
To sharpen them, I'm sure, is going to be an issue.
No, there's no sharpening to them. You buy new ones. I don't think. Well, you probably could sharpen them, I suppose. The biggest problem is that these are not the bit you want to use all the time because of the step drilling. If you are trying to drill something, the depth that it takes up, if you're trying to drill flat, for something that you want to go in down the depth that's flat.
Oh yeah,
you can't use this bit.
Yeah, like if you're going to run a bottom end tap, yeah.
Yeah, right. I've noticed a couple times now where I went to use these and it actually screwed me because I was not thinking about that.
Well, it would still be easier to start with that, drill to a particular depth, then switch to a traditional drill, and then put a drill stop on it or something to finish the hole out, because at least the step would have started the bottom end and you wouldn't have that much trouble drilling out the rest of that hole. So it still would be better than not having it at all.
No, it's come in handy because I'll tell you, I've had to drill out a few manifold bolts, broken studs and some manifolds, and they chewed right through them. Believe it or not, I was definitely happy with that, but I did have some issues where
real quick, yeah,
we got
they do have exclusive rights to it, but they don't make them, as we know. Chris pointed out that Worth doesn't make anything; they just rebrand Taiwanese stuff. I guess they're kind of like the Matco of the German world. If Worth's even German, I'm pretty sure they are, but I'm not sure. But yeah, that's what I was saying. So I don't have any outgoing stuff. So my hobby, what I spend my money on, is tools. So that's why I got tools. So that's what it is.
I do tools, guns. Used to be motorcycles. I sold all my motorcycles and put them all into guns. Had cars, had a bunch of cars, sold those and put that all into the shop. Put that into, getting money set aside for a business. And you got to always put your money wherever you want to. But I'll tell you what, in the long run, I've always had tools. And I'll tell you what, at the end of the day, I don't care. Even if I only use it once, I'd rather have it, just like you always say, rather have it and need it, or have it and
not need it than need it and not have it.
Exactly. Right. I'm not good with words sometimes.
Tools are an absolute investment. That's what I always stress to my Snap-on customers. We can get back to tool truck for a minute. No matter what happens, that box, I can lock the top on it, throw it on the trailer, and I can push it into any shop tomorrow and start making money. No matter what happens. Cars are going to break. People are going to need to drive. As long as I've got my tools, I can fix it and make money. Whether it's cars, tractors, trucks, airplanes, what have you. I will figure out how to make it work with the tools I have.
Even machinery.
Right.
Even, you can, once you have tools, you can fix, you can learn to fix anything. It's all nuts and bolts, so, 100% agree.
I just chuckle though, because the other day we were talking about ratchets. You were talking about your ratchet collection.
Oh God.
What was my number? 78 or 79 ratchets I said I had.
Yeah.
And that's professional ratchets. That's Snap-on and Mac and Matco and Coken and Nepros and all that. That's not counting like the 2 5-gallon buckets of crappy tools that I don't want in my box, Craftsman stuff, old broken sets of dads, like cheapo stuff like from AutoZone and Advance I used to buy when I was younger, wasn't on the tool trucks, and just buying crap I'd lose. Before Harbor Freight was even a thing. We didn't get Harbor Freight here in South Carolina where I'm at till like 2 years ago. So Harbor Freight's been like a new thing to me.
A whole drawer dedicated to ratchets. It's not something that I ever had intended on doing, but I'll tell you what, you just feel like a different ratchet. And you know what? And what the biggest thing is, and I've said this 100 times, they are one of the most used. I wouldn't say they're not useless, but they're not even a used tool, because when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, I'm going for this.
Yeah. Like we said, I mean, I bought that Matco ratchet the other day. I have no intention of using it. I bought it because it was a blue handle. Blue's my favorite color. I'm red-green colorblind. I like blue. I'm never probably going to use it. That's like the black chrome 40th anniversaries they came out with. I bought the 1/4 and the 3/8. I haven't put a socket on either one. If I'm working on something, I'm getting my M12 stubby Milwaukee. I'm getting my high torque. I'm getting my Snap-on CTR 767 to 714. And I'm going to speed through that sucker with as many power tools as I can. If I can't put a daggum socket on something and push a button, hell, I'm to the point where I don't even want to mess with it. If I got to get a ratchet out, I'm going to be mad anyway.
Most of the time, if I get a ratchet out, I break it free with it, because I couldn't get it broke free with the electric ratchet. Break it free, and then the electric ratchet goes right back to work. It's just the way of the world. It's efficiency, You mean you can sell your tools when you don't need them anymore? You can't sell your college degree when you're done with it?
Exactly.
True. Yeah. Yep, you're 100% correct. I mean, at the end of the day, I'll tell you what, even I think that if you do it right and you buy the tools right, I've got stuff that I bought back in the day that's probably worth what I paid for it now because of inflation changing. I'm not saying that that's always going to happen. When you buy quality stuff, the price definitely holds a lot better. And that's where
Don't forget collective. Vintage Snap-on tools right now are so hot on eBay. Like, I bought some new old stock stuff just because it's cool, and I'm weird and I like collecting tools too. Or like anniversary stuff, gold ratchets, anything like that. That stuff always appreciates. Like the gold vessel commemorative screwdrivers I just bought, the silver plated one, the pearl handle ones. I'm not going to use that shit. I bought it just because it's something nice. It's going to go on the wall or in a collection somewhere. I'm not going to dirty up and use it. I'll buy a regular version of it and use it, but I'm not going to use the special stuff because Tarek,
he's in the chat once in a while here. Good friend of mine. He buys a lot of, he latches on. He gets some smoking deals on some awesome, like crazy he's got pearl handle snap-on screwdrivers, and he's always like, I want to just buy them and use them just for the hell of it. And I'm like, dude, you will like literally make somebody have a full coronary. They see you using that stuff. I was always wondering how many tools. So 20 years I've been doing this now. I do have tools that are absolutely worthless now. And I was thinking about this the other day because I'm just like, God, fuel injection pressure tester is not exactly worthless, but I can't tell you when the last time that I really had to do a lot of fuel pressure testing. Seems like I always get fuel pumps that go out completely. It's not worthless, though. I'm not going to say it's worthless, but I was thinking the other day, I paid $500 for that fuel pressure tester kit for a master kit, and I don't use it near as much. What's the other thing?
Here's an issue with that I've found. I had to get my fuel pressure tester out the other day to check fuel pressure on a 5.3 Vortec that had a drivability issue and weren't sure if it was fuel pressure or whatever, low or what have you. And again, it was a Matco, so it was OTC, most likely fuel pressure tester set, $500-600. Only bought it because my Matco dealer had it, my Snap-on dealer didn't. Most of the reason I have Matco tools is because my Matco dealer is a great guy. He is like the most humble, nicest guy ever, and I like to support him. I don't give a crap about supporting Matco. It's supporting him. That's another thing about tool trucks. When you buy from the dealer, you are supporting that man. You are helping him raise his family. If he's got a family, you are supporting him. It's not your stuff in the pockets of Snap-on, Matco. You are helping a small business owner that lives local to you make his living. That's what buying off the tool truck boils down to at the end of the day. But about the fuel pressure tester, the problem with ethanol in the gas now, I pulled that fuel pressure tester out. It was completely gummed up because the damn ethanol gas, it screwed it up. I had to replace all the Schrader valves in it and everything else, and it barely worked then. But like the ethanol had gelled in the bottom of the case and like ruined all the adapters, like rusted them straight through. So that $500 and something $600 fuel injection pressure tester is junk now, essentially, because there's only a year warranty on test equipment. So
yeah, they didn't make them for ethanol back then.
Right. So the new ones, I hope they've changed how they're made so they'll handle ethanol. But, like I said, technology where all the direct fuel injection, you can't even use a fuel pressure tester on them anymore. You can only go in through the scan tool and look at the high pressure fuel rail sensor like on a diesel, because you can't safely check, 10,000 PSI fuel pressure. There's no way you can do it. You have to check that high pressure sensor and hope that it's reading correctly on the scan tool.
Let's backtrack to something real quick, because you brought up a good point that I wanted to touch on too while we were both on.
Dealer, yeah.
Yes, I think it's really what a lot of people don't understand when I talk about Matco and not your dealer, and like what he's saying is supporting the dealer. Mac, Snap-on, I think me and you both feel the same way. On a corporate level, the way the corporate people think, they have no care about what the dealers want. They give zero fucks about what a dealer wants. They honestly, you fight so much with corporate to try to get them, because you're out in the street, you see it every day, and that is one of the most frustrating things. And one of the reasons why I got out of being a tool dealer was because I screamed and yelled and cussed and fought with corporate. The DM would actually agree with me, but the DM's like, they're not going to go for it. Okay, how can you literally tell your breadwinners?
Uh-oh.
Damn it. I'm freezing up again.
You completely dropped it and then came back.
Yeah. So how can you sit there and tell dealers, the guys that are bread and butter, that what they're doing or what they want is not feasible. And I understand it takes a while to get shit worked into the system. I was understanding about that, but man,
here's an example of something. Snap-on always gloats about that ever since they became publicly traded on the stock market, that every single quarter they've always paid dividends to investors. When 2016, I think, when we were going into, it was the end of Q4, going into Q1, so right around Christmas time, December. The way that they do that is they skew the numbers. They always do this, and it's gotten worse every year. The dealer that was beside me, He ordered a cooling system pressure tester, which was like $249 or something for a customer. Like I said, it was like 2 weeks before the end of the year, end of the quarter. They shipped him 20 of those $250 testers and billed him immediately for them and put him on hold right before Christmas and the end of the year. He called his business manager. He said, and his sales manager's like, look, y'all got to take this off of me. I only ordered one. They sent me 20 of them. And he told him directly, man, just hold it for like 2 weeks and we'll take it back. Just wait till the end of the quarter. The reason they did that is because, one, it showed that Snap-on was going to have to pay dividends from their certain amount of product they sold to the dealers. And two, the business manager and the sales developer were going to make a bonus off of that. But once the end of the quarter hit and their bonus was already processed, then they could take it back off of him. And it was always corporate trying to screw you over to better themselves or get their bonus or whatever. But that was one thing. That was the first big instance of it that I was just like, man, they are sleazy as hell when it comes down to it. That they throw a dealer under the bus like that just to get a bonus.
Yep.
But that kind of stuff happens a lot.
No, I remember, I don't know if you had to deal with this, but when I was a tool dealer, I remember they did promo packages with the flyers. Right. They shipped you out their what they wanted you to sell in their promo packages, and you got it whether you liked it. You had to, and of course, you know, as a tool dealer, when you wanted those new tools, the only way to get them was to go that route, or you would have been SOL. Yep. So you had to take on that. You had to take those promo packs, and then you got crap with those promo packs. And then they stopped letting us send back the junk that we didn't want. So it was a pain in the butt. But
so we had those, we called them FDOs, future dated orders. And you were getting flyers and promos, and you were having to schedule stuff 6 months in advance. You were having to predict, do I think this will sell in 6 months? Christmas flyers. We were having to, if any of you have Snap-on or Mac dealers, I don't know how Mac is, but Snap-on dealers, and you know, we get those holiday flyers with like beanies and toboggans and stuff in it. We have to order that stuff in June or July. And if we don't order enough come Christmas time and we sell out of it, we can't get it. And customers would give me crap. It's like, you've got the flyer, you're advertising, why can't you get it? Dude, we had to order that stuff in June or July. I cannot get it. We sold out already. And, you know, it just makes you look bad. Stuff like that would happen a lot.
Yep, you're 100%. I like what Chris Koss says. Shareholders over the real hustlers.
100%.
That's exactly the
shareholder
CEO
and shareholder CEO and VP and all that. You know, it was always the top tier of the company. Always took precedence over the actual dealers that were actually making the money for them. Because Snap-on corporate doesn't give a shit if the dealer sells anything. Snap-on corporate makes the money off of dumping tools onto the dealer and charging him on his tool bill. When he sells it, it don't matter. Snap-on's already made their money. Same way with Mac or any of them. They make their money off the dealer, not the customer.
Yep. No doubt about it. There's a big lag in that. There's a lot of tool companies, or there's a lot of tool dealers that get screwed, and they get put out of business.
Right there, Walter Frederick. That was King. God, what's his name? King Reagan. That was a big thing. What I heard, and this is all hearsay, so don't take it as the truth, but what we heard through the other franchisees and the whole story on that was his wife made this big old website and all a bunch of crap, and she emailed every single Snap-on dealer trying to get a class action lawsuit up against Snap-on, yada, yada, yada. What I heard that King Reagan did was he had 5 franchises, if I recall correctly. He had 4 or 5. So he had all these other guys working for him in other trucks. But what he was doing was he was sending guys out to flea markets, pawn shops, all over, and buying Snap-on stuff as cheap as possible. So like buying 5-gallon buckets of old Snap-on stuff, broken stuff, whatever. They were scamming Snap-on by sending in fraudulent warranties to get money back. So here's what he would do. His guys would go out and buy all this stuff cheap, like I said, for pennies on the dollar. They'd all break it. He'd put it in his returns for warranty. Snap-on would give him his credits on the warranties on his tool bill, and essentially he just made money. So say he goes and buys a bucket of sockets, 5-gallon bucket of sockets for $10, $20 at the flea market, $20, $30 per socket, 100 dang sockets in the bucket. That is a ton of extortion on Snap-on and, playing the system. But yeah, he, with the rocks in the boxes, that was another thing. Snap-on, when you send in your warranties, we usually had a chuck it bucket, as I called it, in the very bottom of the toolbox stand that holds our computer and all that stuff. 50 pounds is the cutoff for anything you send into Snap-on, whether it be neutral return or warranty, because 50 pounds is like the limit for stuff that's safe for an individual to pick up by themselves or something. So you would watch your warranties as you took them in. And when you got close to 50 pounds, I'd cut it off, print the sheet, put it in the box, tape it up, and send it to Snap-on. Snap-on doesn't open every single box and audit every single item that's in that box. So dealers got wise to that, and they would start shortchanging. They would add stuff to, as you warranty stuff, the computer makes a list of it, and the computer knows how much each item should weigh. So at the end of it, when you've got that weight, you put the sheet in there, tape it up, and then they just weigh the boxes when they come in. And like 1 in 10 or 1 in 15, they'll actually open, and they will take the sheet out, and they'll make sure every single tool is on that sheet. Or if you've got one that you send in for warranty, sometimes I'd get stuff back. They're like, well, why did you try to warranty this? It's not broken, or you should have fixed this ratchet rather than replacing it. They do that kind of crap. So what these guys were doing was they would make fake sheets of tools, fill the box with rocks to make the weight right. They'd measure it on a bathroom scale or whatever. They'd ship it back, hoping, they got a 1 in 12 chance they won't get audited. Well, they finally found out he was doing it, and they didn't tell him. They found 2 or 3 boxes that were incorrect weight with the rocks in it. So over 6 months, they just started putting his warranties to the side on a pallet. One day he showed up, and Snap-on Freight shipped that pallet of broken tools back and charged him back all the money he had fraudulently taken from them on warranties to the tune of about $1 million, and bankrupted him. So then his wife raised teetotal hell and said, oh, Snap-on screwed us over. He was a top sales guy, this and that. No, you played the system, and it screwed Snap-on, and they were better at the game of screwing than you were.
Yeah, that's like those.
That's how it's been explained to me. I don't know how accurate all that is, but that's the story I've heard from several dealers around the country and talking about it.
You know what? You know what that's like? That's like those guys. Let's talk about the what do you call that? The stereotypes of bad tool dealers. Yeah. One is Snap-on screwed me on my credit. Okay, when you signed that dotted line, you knew what the credit was. Anytime I've ever heard any guy I ever heard say that they Snap-on screwed me, I understand. I seen it in the chat earlier, and I don't remember who talked about it. Yes, dealing with Snap-on credit or Mac credit or anybody in credit wise after you've made the sale is absolute nightmare. That is a different story. Even paying a toolbox off, I think I'd had problems with that. But the guys that complained about Snap-on credit screwing them was they didn't pay the toolbox off, and then they had their interest was jacked up all like crazy. That was on them. I've heard those guys a million times. How many times you heard those guys get on the tool trucks? The same thing every time they get on your tool truck, and they'd be like, "Oh man, the Snap-on guy had this for cheaper. It's the same thing." No, it wasn't. There's so many misconceptions. There were so many things that I remember hearing on a daily basis. How much is this? I love the phrases you always heard.
The guys that come in and price every damn thing on the truck and never buy a damn thing. They waste your time every week. They come on and, how much is this? Oh man, how much is this? How much is this? Like 20 different items. Take up 15, 20 minutes of your day, and then get the hell. All right, man, have a good one. Or come on and grab some candy and leave, or
Yeah,
I quit having a candy bowl on my truck because of that. I'd have people come out and just eat candy and leave and never buy anything.
I had a guy that tried to pay me $1 a week. He'd buy a $10 magnet he'd buy a $10 magnet every once in a while and wanted to pay me $1 a week on that. And I was
I had a guy that bought a Streamlight Stylus Pro. You know, they were like $25. Not this one. This is the Coast G20, similar light, like $20. He paid me like $1.50, $2. It took him 3 months to pay off flashlight. I'm like, then he wanted to get a ratchet. I'm like, no, you're cut off. This ain't gonna work. You can't pay what we agreed on when I sold it. Here's the thing. Back to Snap-on credit stuff. People talk shit about that. One, interest rate. Why is the interest rate so high? I got good credit. It's an unsecured loan and it's a high risk loan. We have so many people run out the door on stuff and never pay to completion. It's a high risk loan. It's high interest.
Yeah, but they have different interest rates. Different interest rates.
Right. Platinum, which is the dude you shouldn't loan a stick of gum to, that, you know, which is a lot of guys we deal with, because in this business, there's a lot of guys that are not financially responsible. It's just how it is. It varies by state legally. So in South Carolina, a platinum was 29.9%. Here in the upstate, but around the capital, it was 24.9%. Standard approval was 19.9%. And then the absolute best credit that you could get with Snap-on here in South Carolina as a shop owner or someone with an 800 plus credit score was 9.9. So when I bought my toolbox and when I bought my scanner, I was still getting charged 9.9% interest, even though I've got like a 710 credit score. So that's how that is. Again, it's because it's an unsecured loan. There's no collateral and it's high risk. The reason the interest is so high is because we know that guys normally 2 to 3 years on a 5-year loan on a toolbox is normally as much as we get paid before they cut and run and Snap-on loses money. So it's not Snap-on is an evil company out to rob us all. I mean, shit, y'all rob Snap-on a lot too. Not saying you guys in the chat, but like as a whole, there's a lot of scumbags out there.
It's Peter robbing Paul.
Had a guy that bought a daggum toolbox, $3,500 used. I think it was a 723 or 722. Got a Ford dealership. He paid me 2 payments, $25 a week, because he was a platinum, and I had him on his like stretched out as far as I could stretch him, so his payments were low. Paid me 2 payments, $25, and he disappeared. Cell phone cut off. Couldn't get him. Address, he gave me a fake address, or it was an address he no longer lived at. So it's like, what am I supposed to do at this point? I've got to get the box back or pay for it myself. So a week or two passed, got out constantly on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, always scanning to see if one of my customers was selling my stuff out from under me. I had 4 or 5 prepaid burner phones, because you call a guy from your phone number. You know, you call a guy 1 or 2 times from your phone number. I never had that. He quit answers your phone call because he knows your number. He ain't going to talk to you no more. He's going to. So I had a couple phones, all kind of stuff.
What you're talking about? See, I'm older than you, so just think about this now. No joke. I'm going to address this real quick. Large K9. Quick to move on from him. I sold Mac and Robert sold Snap-on, so that's what made this whole thing kind of interesting for all of us. But I never sold credit. Mac credit back when I was doing it was pretty much non-existent. Not only that, when you talk about cell phones, when I started doing this, you got to think, when I started doing this, cell phones were just kind of getting into the game. So I had a Nextel for a phone. 2004.
Your Mac truck had the little flip on the side by the door that had the phone jack, didn't it? You'd come home and you took the phone line up to the truck and hooked to the internet so you could cash out your system.
I didn't have internet on my truck. Yeah, I mean, so the things that happened to you were a whole lot different than me. So when I actually had my own personal bank that would loan money to these guys, that I had a credit union that I would set the technicians up with.
Mac and Mac were both independent banks for a long time.
Yes. And the other thing is, I've never personally had a tool truck credit loan ever. Never have I used Snap-on credit. Never have I used Mac credit. None of them. The only loans I've ever got were from a bank. I got my first loan for my tools. I bought a complete SK set when I first started as a technician. I bought a Waterloo toolbox, the whole 9 yards, and I just went to my bank and I said, "Hey, I need money." They said exactly what you're talking about, an unsecured loan. They said, "We don't care about your tools." In fact, they told me that my tools were worth 50 cents on the dollar after I brought them, still in the package, They said if you didn't touch them and you brought them to our bank and turned them in, I bought $3,000 worth of tools. They said we're only going to give you $1,500 for it, fair market value. And I went like this. I'm like, so I have to pay $1,500 on them before they're even worth anything? And that blew my mind. Oh, shit.
I think my battery died in my camera. Can y'all still hear me?
Yep, we can still hear you.
Hang on. I got to switch out batteries. I think it died because it's not pulling power.
I'm going to hit some.
Oh, here we go. I think I'm back. Yep, my battery
I can't believe
died.
we still got 125 people in here. Blowing my mind.
Am I okay, there we go. Okay, so real quick, client graphics. The Snap-on program for 50% off on tools. That is straight through Snap-on. CP, have you frozen now? Can y'all hear me? See, Larry says we hear it. Okay, CP, you froze. Okay, client graphics. The Snap-on student program for 50% off of tools. That is from Snap-on Corporate Direct. No Snap-on dealer honors that. We can't honor it. We don't have that ability on the truck. The vouchers, we don't do that. We can only do like there was like gift cards or something we got, and that's aggravating as crap for us to do too. The gift cards, anytime we got them, we'd have to call in a special number. We'd have to talk to our, we'd have to call Snap-on customer care, give them the number on the card. They'd have to run all kind of crap. We'd have to send the card in. They'd have to bill us back the money and a check. I mean, it was an aggravating thing. It took a month to get your money when you did those. Go to Doug real quick. Mr. Subaru, would you sell a guy a $20,000 scan tool on credit that doesn't diagnose? No, I never did any predatory lending. Anytime I had a young kid jump on my truck wanting a toolbox, I told them no. I would tell them straight out, go to Harbor Freight and buy a U.S. General roll cart. The toolbox ain't going to make you crap starting out. I will sell you a set of flank drive sockets. I will sell you a set of flank drive wrenches, stuff that will make you money and make you more efficient. We're not worried about a toolbox right now. Actually, I normally wouldn't even start them out with that. I'd start them off with like a $400 Blue Point set to get them started with sockets and wrenches and everything. And then I'd sell them the Blue Point set, but I'd say, let me do you this. Trade me out that crappy Blue Point ratchet for a F80 Snap-on ratchet, because this ratchet makes the world of difference, and we'll pay the difference on that, and get them started on it, screwdriver set, stuff like that. I never went out of the gate to sell a Lube Tech a $6,000 KRL box, because that is the stupidest thing ever for a dealer to do. And I knew plenty of dealers that did it, and my boss tried to get me to do it. I'm like, that's stupid. The kid's not going to pay for it. He's going to default. It's going to screw his credit up. It's going to make the other guys in the shop think you're a con man, and it's going to screw your relationship over with the other guys in the shop. I got to go try to repo it later. I got to resell it again. It's lose the whole way around. I never did that kind of stuff.
That's another misconception about tool dealers is that you say that tool dealers that have done that, but there's more tool dealers out there that haven't done that. And like my instance, what you're talking about doing, I actually had a toolbox that I would trade. I would say, take this, it's full of tools, use it. I had actually 5 of them. And I said, when you get to the point to where you're comfortable and you're making enough money, then we'll trade you out and we'll get you a bigger box. This set's $2,000. I sell this to you right now. This is what you use. And when you are ready to upgrade, you trade that back into me. I will give you your money straight back to you and put you into it where you're into a right way to do it.
Right. Yep. Never bury a guy. That was things that Snap-on Credit or Snap-on Corporate always said.
Yes.
Sell it now, worry about collecting on it later. That's fine for you to say, but it's my money, not yours.
Yes, exactly.
They always say that BS. Or, your RA book is not high enough. You should have like $150,000 on the street. No, I'm at $100,000 or $120,000. I get, I collect $10,000 or $12,000 a week. I'm at a perfect 10-week turn. That's where I'm comfortable. I'm not going to stretch these guys out. I'm not going to sell someone like $1,000 at $20 a week. That's stupid. That's how you go out of business in this business.
I would never.
Again, they don't give a crap about that. They want to make the money off of you, and then if you flop, oh well, there's another guy to replace you.
There's a lot of ignorance, though. See, that's if a guy that's a technician knows this stuff, and that's what made you and me more effective when we sold tools, because we were smart enough to realize, like this instance right here, what Yoda Doug's talking about. there's a lot of guys that have big eyes. You know, it's like being hungry and going to the grocery store. But at the end of the day, the tool dealer's got to be smart enough to realize exactly what you're saying. It's our money. So you knew, like this right here, $20,000 scan tool for somebody who doesn't even do it. Yes, absolutely not. There's no way in hell. I had multiple guys that wanted to buy Mac Mentors from me because the OTC Genesis just came out. It was hotter than hell. It was the best scan tool you could pretty much get at the time because the Modus was ungodly expensive and it wasn't that great. You didn't do that shit because it was your money. And not only that, I didn't have credit options like, doing Snap-on credit. And then if I couldn't get a guy financed, so what am I going to do? Put him on the truck account? Now I'm on the finger for a $5,000 scan tool? It's just not feasible. Now I had to do stuff like that. Kid you not. I mean, I had that one time I had probably, I don't know. It was scary. Maybe $70,000, $80,000 of my cash out in the street, and I was just like, I was sweating bullets. I was like, man, this is a lot of money I got out there. And I got a $120,000 tool bill. And this is going to be due in 90 days. Like, what am I going to do? I also did something different too. So Mac gave us kickbacks. So I got I can't remember if it was 2%. My mind's getting hazy. They give you a 2% kickback for paying your bill. And I used Discover card. Discover gives you a 3% kickback. So I got 6 months out of mine.
Snap-on gives you paid cash rewards quarterly for how much you pay your tool bill.
Yes, but I used Discover. So I would let my Mac bill go to 90 days and then use my Discover to take it for the next. So I got 60 days out of it, or not 90, 120 days out of my payment. I got an extra 30 days out of it for my Discover before I had to pay it, which also allowed me to extend guys on the truck account so they could buy more tools, so they could buy tools and make my weekly turn amount go up. And it helped the guys out. And that's why I was more successful,
That was one thing. Snap-on back in the 80s said, all right, we're going to hire a bunch of technicians because they know tools to be dealers. And that failed horribly because they were horrible businessmen. So they said, all right, well, now we're going to hire guys that are good in sales or business guys. Well, that did okay. They knew how to run the business, but they didn't know shit about tools. So people like me and you, I knew enough about business, having owned a business, to get in. But then I also knew enough about tools to know how to target guys. Target sounds so bad, but you know what I mean? Like, if a guy's working on a job and he's struggling, and I'm like, I got the exact tool that will make your life easier, not hey, this is what I've got on special and I have to get sold this week. I'm going to sell it to this guy kind of thing,
Yep. And that's exactly right. There's just a mountain of things that you had to be savvy enough to read through the bullshit. Like I remember it, just like you said, going to the training school. I sat in that class and I go, who in the hell would do that? Carry in your tote bag, show a guy a tool every week. Oh my God, I laughed.
The damn tote bag and your God, what's Snap-on call it? The pre-list. I don't know if Mac did it. They had the pre-list. It was something you were supposed to print off every morning. It was all your stops, all your customers. It had their current.
Oh, yep.
And what they had on order and all this other crap. You were supposed to carry it on your clipboard and all this and check off this and make notes. Ain't nobody got time for that. I said, why in the hell am I going to waste all that paper and all that ink printing this off every single day of the week, 7 days a week or 5 days a week, when I get to a stop, I click on the shop, I see all the customers, I arrow down through all my customers, it shows me what's on order, how much they owe. If I can't remember that enough to walk from the truck to inside to talk to them and bring them back to the truck, I shouldn't be doing this job.
Well, you know what? That's just it. I almost memorized the entire MacBook full of part numbers. 750 customers wasn't crap. It didn't take long for me at all. And you know what? It trained my mind for a lot of other things in my life to be like that. I mean, my banker, I remember he thought it was nuts because I didn't have a separate checking account for my business. And I was like, what? I'm supposed to have one?
Right.
Like I knew, and I was like, he was like, yeah, why wouldn't you have? And I was like, well, I mean, I know what I'm paying myself, and it's just something. I was just good at doing that. What was this? Independent tool trucks. That is a great question because I have often fought this. ISN actually contacted me wanted me to start up a independent tool truck. They contacted me and said, you'd be perfect for doing a tool truck. All you got to do is buy a tool truck. We'll supply you with an inventory at a low cost. They're really cheap to get into. And then you sell gear wrench, which I'm not a fan of gear wrench at all. Never have been. Gear
contacted me with the Gear Wrench Street Team program they were doing. Where we'll put a wrap on your truck and you buy Gear Wrench products and yada yada. There's no franchise, there's no fees. You know, they try to get you that, but I'm sure that I never went any further with it than that. But I'm sure there's crap tied into that.
There's a channel, Croyle Tools. He actually talks about this where the Street Team left him high and dry, just like every other corporate tool dealer has done. Whenever the independent tool trucks, that's why I loved his channel talking about Croyle Tools. If you haven't seen his, I'll have to send you a link to it. He talks about how not being under the finger of anybody anymore by being able to have and choose. And you know what? It's really good for an independent tool truck. It would be really nice to do that. My only problem is limitations on the kind of tools I want to sell. Sure, I could sell some Sonex stuff. That's not what I want to sell. I would want to sell Snap-on. I would want to sell some Mac stuff. I still think that some of the tool lines that are carried on the bigger tool trucks are nice. The problem is they kill it with the franchisee crap and the corporate stickiness. That's what kills it. If you could get away from that crap and they would actually let their dealers have more freedom where they could buy their product, but they literally rope you into having to do so much with them. So independent tool truck is, it's nice to have, I can sell Milwaukee, I can do this and that, and you have a lot of freedom, but you also have a lot of restrictions. Like the German tool truck's got a pretty good gig. That wouldn't be a bad deal. I could probably handle doing something like that. But the cost
about that.
But the cost of the German tool truck,
financing it out of your own pocket on credit cards and stuff. You don't have any. There's a good side and a bad side to independence. The bad side is you don't have a major corporation backing you up on things. You don't have the support of Snap-on Credit. You don't have the support of Snap-on Customer Care. If I had an issue with something, right before I left, they instituted Snap-on Customer Care texting, where I could just take a picture of something on my phone. Hey, what's the part number for this? Snap it to them, and within 60 seconds, they would respond with either this is the part number or give me some time and I'll get back to you. And, within the hour, I'd have the part number for something, something old or something. They'd dig through old catalogs and everything and find it for you. Or what's the super speed for this part number for a discontinued item? That stuff is great when you were, and the financing they offer, when you're independent, that tool truck breaks down, that's coming out of your pocket. You don't have a maintenance account on your truck lease like you do a Snap-on or Mac or whatever. You don't have that safety net of just corporate behind you. It's you yourself. It's me, myself, and I out there in the wind, So
yep.
There are good side. The good side of that is it's your business 100%. You have every say so on what you do. You don't have to worry about pissing off a customer and they calling corporate on you. There's checks and balances to either one.
Yep. There's no perfect tool business out there, in my opinion. Tools are so cutthroat. I'm gonna lay this one out there. At the end of the day, the tool business is a dirty business. It's really dirty. Yep. There's a ton of dirty garbage going on all the freaking time, and that's why there's so much drama on YouTube about it. Because you know what? Tool companies have been causing this for years. They're the reasons why this happened, because they have created so much turmoil. People like Matco rebranding and then saying they don't do this and this and that. Lot of lies. And that's exactly why I thought the idea of starting a YouTube channel for this was really great, because I was able to not be held back by somebody telling me, if you say that, we're going to cut your nuts off. Well, I can say whatever I want now, just like you've already had it happen to you. You said that, they don't like it. That's the reason.
Snap-on official on Instagram. I'm blocked from Snap-on official on Instagram, which is hilarious because for years I was one of the first Snap-on dealers to even get on social media and use Instagram. They took lots of pictures and videos of mine from YouTube, from demonstrating tools and stuff, and they used it for corporate stuff. They put it in corporate emails and memos. And, you know, a lot of times they didn't ask my permission for that stuff. Sometimes they did. Right. The whole line of videos that Snap-on did recently, I say recently, about 2-3 years ago, where they went through and actually did the tour of Elizabethton, Tennessee, the wrench factory and the ratchet factory and stuff. I suggested that. I was talking to the girl that was over social media for Snap-on, because we emailed back and forth. And she's like, what do we need to do? I said, you need to go and redo those how it's made videos from like early 2000. Do those modern, because so much crap is on the internet right now saying Snap-on's made in China. It's not made in the USA. You've got to show these people those factories and instill in them that it does exist. That's how it's made, you know. And CP's gone again. Oh. Is he back?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
Sorry,
no, I had to change up. I'm gonna move into the house real quick here. It's getting a little chilly. Unless you want to get off here.
No. I was actually gonna run and take a bathroom break real quick, and I think I need to grab another battery, because this one I threw in was only at half charge, so it's probably gonna die here for too long. So okay. I think I got one battery left.
You go ahead and run to the bathroom. I'll keep talking while I move into the house.
Intermission.
I'm just not gonna be out here.
Intermission.
I need to pee too. I'm on some medication that's making me whiz like a freaking animal. How do you guys feel about the chat? 124 people in the freaking chat. Absolutely amazing. Glad we could have Robert on tonight. I'm gonna get here in the house real quick. Get this thing shut down in the old shop here. Move in. Robert's got a heck of a nice chair. It's getting chilly out here. Oops, I gotta shut my heater off. I apologize for missing some of your guys' comments. The chat gets bigger every week. Yeah, we've had some great people on. Armin was great. Robert's great. I keep coming across great people. All because of you guys. No doubt. All because of you guys. Yeah, we're at a 3.5-hour intermission. Ugh. It's getting cold here in Iowa. Midwest Tool Review, how you doing?
Oh. Crap, where's my microphone? Okay, back. I'm back.
I'm not.
Hey, it's still working. I ran off and the video didn't quit and the mic didn't cut out. That was such an issue before. Let's see, what have I missed in the...
I'm struggling a little bit. I'm a little weak. Give me a second.
Someone said something about my chair. Where was that? Gamer chair. Let's ask him if that was a YouTube bonus. No, this actually I got for free. The shop I was working in before, the guy that owned the shop, he had these gamer chairs in his office. This one broke, and he replaced it with another one, and I was able to fix the arm and brought it home and replaced my old wore out desk chair. Good topics, build a great channel, and they will come. What do we got here? Mr. Subaru, here's one. I live in Kingsport, only about 25-30 miles away from Snap-on factory in Elizabethton, you mentioned. Yeah, I've actually been there 2 or 3 times, I think, now. So yeah, it's it always pisses me off when I hear people talk about, oh, Snap-on's made overseas now. They're no longer made in USA. That's just a line they spout. You know who I'm talking about. The circus bear. He's one of the front runners that talks crap about Snap-on being made overseas. And there's other people. There's all those rumors that spread. It's normally people that are ticked off at Snap-on, or they've had issues, or again, oh, Snap-on screwed up my credit. Like CP said, it was normally you screwed up, you didn't pay. No one has ever put, as far as I know, at least on my truck, I never put a gun to anyone's head and made them buy anything. They all signed on the dotted line by their own free will. You know, I don't try to get very hung up on it. It was your decision at the end of the day. If you can't manage your personal finances, that's on you, not on me. It does fall back on me when I got to collect that debt, but you know what I mean. Mr. Subaru's chair is wicked awesome. Thanks, Mark. Like I said, I didn't pay anything for it. It was absolutely free. It was going in the dumpster, and I said, I will take it because I'm cheap like that, unless it's coming to tools. Midwest, nice to see your taco cart. Oh, yeah, Midwest Tools. Still jelly of your freaking $50 Snap-on taco wagon. That thing is freaking awesome. Like I said, I found one on Facebook Market not too long ago. A little bit better shape than yours. I think it was $500, but they ended up selling it before I could get there. The thing I hate about freaking Facebook Marketplace is I always have stuff sold out from under me, it seems. I will tell someone I've got the money, I'm on the way, and I'll get halfway there, and they'll text me, oh, don't come, I've already sold it. I told you I was an hour away. I'm 30 minutes away from where I told you I was at. You jackass. Now I've wasted an hour driving halfway to you and back.
Don't be selling that thing, Midwest. You sold that Mac cart. I was disappointed in you. Don't be getting rid of that Snap-on cart now. All cheap like you did that Mac one. You could have had two nice old toolboxes now if you had that Snap-on in that one. Plus your Jamestown.
Luis, right?
Louis Sandoval, yes.
Isn't it illegal to put USA on stuff not made in the USA? I think the U.S. law says it has to be 75 or 80% U.S. made to carry that tag. Me and my Mac dealer actually were just talking about this afternoon because I said I like how Mac on their toolboxes says made with global components. Some people say that's stupid, but I say that's actually more honest than anything because Snap-on toolboxes, Mac toolboxes, well, I can't speak for Mac. I can speak for Snap-on. Snap-on toolboxes weren't 100% USA made. We do not make the slides for the toolbox drawers. We outsource those, which I think basically everyone does. There's a person that makes slides, and we use their slides. And we did not make our casters, but that did change. For 2020, Snap-on is now making their own casters for the toolboxes. So aside from the drawer slides, the Snap-on toolboxes are 100% or 90, whatever percentile you want to call that, US made. I think the thing with the Mac is that the power strips are Chinese or Taiwanese. I think the slides were the issue. And
the casters are made in Canada.
Okay.
The casters are made in Canada. The slides are imported from it's from the Vidmar line. Vidmar actually, they import them from overseas at the Stanley factory, wherever they make them at over there, because they own the factory that makes their slides. But the thing about it is, when you say not made in USA, where are you talking about the parts coming from? That's what I like about Mac's casters are made in Canada. Big deal,
Real quick, Checkmate 115, Snap-on 100%, hands down. No one makes a better cordless ratchet than Snap-on. Milwaukee, no. I'm a big Milwaukee convert. I don't like the Milwaukee ratchets. I still use my Snap-on cordless ratchets. I would not spend the money for those Infinity Matco cordless tools.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know about the Matco Infinite. I've heard people say good things about them. I would have to try one, but I'll tell you this much: I still won't put it. I still will say the Snap-on's better because the Snap-on trigger switch is still better than that Matco because it's like a longer paddle type deal on that Infamum. You know what I mean? Have you noticed that on it? Right. And then it's got a ginormous battery on it, which I mean, it is what it is. If guys like it, and then everybody tries to sell it as that slim head. God, I hate that. You know what pisses me off more than anything is that slim head design bullcrap. That's a gimmick, just like the 92 stuff. That's a sales gimmick. There's a lot of sales gimmicks that goes in with tools. Getting the high tooth count, just like you were talking about Coken Zeal Series ratchets, a great ratchet that's 36 tooth. But yet everybody's always like, ooh, it's a 90 tooth. Ooh, it's 120. I mean, Gear Wrench already tried to pull that off with that 120 XP. That fools people. And then,
you know, the deal with the 120 XP, it's only a 62 gear.
but it's got two.
It's not 122 for ratchet. It's two independent gears that are off a half a tooth each. So 2 times 60 equals 120. That actual drive is only a 62 drive. They offset incrementing half click pause to double the 60 to 120. Andrew Leach, real quick. Let's try to get some of these comments. The bear ticks me off when he talks crap about Snap-on power tools that are assembled in the USA and not made in the USA. Yes. All right, so Snap-on's power tool plant is in Murphy, North Carolina, up in the North Carolina mountains. I've been there twice. I've had a guy that was the lead of the plant. He came down when the CT8850, the Monster Lithium 18-volt half-inch impact, when it came out in like 2004, 2005, I got him to come ride with me. All right, so power tools. One, I don't like Snap-on power tools. I'll tell you 100% as a dealer, I don't like them. If I went back as a Snap-on dealer, I would sell Milwaukee on my truck. I would not bring in any 18-volt Snap-on stuff. The 14.4 stuff's good,
I agree.
But the 18-volt stuff is absolute hot garbage. Snap-on, this is the reason Snap-on blocked me on Instagram for 2 or 3 posts about Milwaukee versus Snap-on. When they brought out the new brushless half-inch impact, I drugged their ass, and they blocked me because they don't like the truth. Who the hell wants to pay $1,000 for a half-inch impact that's just now going brushless? Shit, right. Harbor Freight had brushless tools, 4 or 5 years ago? Snap-on is the absolute last power tool manufacturer to get brushless.
Now they got a vacuum.
They just now came out with a 5 amp hour battery. They had 4 and 3 O's before. Milwaukee and DeWalt have 12 O's. Like, that's been out for a while. The 9 O's and the 8 and the 6 from Milwaukee. Like, their battery technology is way past Snap-on. Snap-on's still using 18650 cells. Everyone now is at 21700 or 21700, 21800. I get confused on my lithium cell numbers. Battery cell.
2800.
But who the hell wants to pay $1,000 for a half-inch impact with 2 5 amp hour batteries and a charger that only has a 2-year warranty on it, on the gun, and 1-year warranty on the batteries? No, it's 2-year on the batteries, 2 years on the gun. That makes 1,200 foot-pounds of torque, when the Milwaukee High Torque has 1,400 foot-pounds of torque, has a 5-year warranty, comes with 2 batteries and a charger for $550, $580. You're getting you're getting less of a tool with less warranty for double the money. It makes no sense no matter what way you cut it, other than the fact it says Snap-on on it.
I have a problem with the 5-year warranty. The 5-year warranty to me is a little bit ambitious, because I don't like Milwaukee's warranty process. So I bought my Milwaukee tools. From Northern Tool here, and this is where my problem comes in. Brand new tool. Keep in mind, my hex driver broke, and if it was a Snap-on tool, it would have been replaced, no questions asked. Took it back to Northern Tool, and I said, this thing will not hold the hex bit in it. So guess what they made me do? I had to bring all of it back. The tool, because they're sold in a kit.
Right.
And that pissed me off to no end. And I said that
that's where you messed up on that. If you'd called 1-800-SAWDUST from Milwaukee, or gone to Milwaukee's website, literally it takes 2 seconds. I like Milwaukee's warranty process. It's actually quicker than Snap-on's. As me as a dealer, it was a 2-week turnaround at the fastest to send something to Eastern Repair and get it back to me. Milwaukee, I got the quick lock trimmer, hedge trimmer, weed eater, edger combo deal that changes out the heads. And I had an issue with it where it was cutting off when I was using it on the farm. Milwaukee.com, repair, type in the part number, type in the serial number, print off a FedEx shipping label, throw it back in the box, stick the label on it, drop it off at FedEx. I sent it off on a Friday. I had a brand new weed eater sent to me the next Friday, ready to go. It failed on me, had another issue. No, the first time they repaired it, they sent my old one back repaired. Second time, they sent me a brand new one. Again, a 1-week turnaround. Shipped it on a Friday, received it on a Friday. No questions asked. No, where did you buy it? How long have you had it? None of that. The problem is they track it by the serial number. So it goes off of when it was made for 5 years. With DeWalt, if you've done DeWalt tools, when you buy it, or Makita, which I like Makita stuff. Makita always gets dogs as like it's always yellow versus red. No one talks about Makita anymore. Makita's still good stuff. You make a profile, you register it with the serial number and the date you bought it, and your warranty starts from the day you register it with Makita, Hitachi, now Metabo HPT, or DeWalt. I wish Milwaukee did it that way instead of just going off of the serial number of when it was built. But honestly, 5 years from now, I mean, every year they're coming out with upgraded stuff. In 5 years, you're going to already upgraded the new, bigger, badder, most likely.
So there's I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
Oh, so there's another problem with electric tools. I have had the same air tools for nearly 2 decades. And with electric tools, so when you talk about Makita, I had the Snap-on 9.6 stuff, which was absolute terrible stuff.
Trash.
But the thing about it is I only have to look at electric tools as when I started buying them, they were just coming into the market. So I've been through a pile of them. And the whole time I got mad and finally said, you know what? I'm done with them because I'm wasting more money on buying electric tools, and my air tools work perfectly good.
Right.
Now they're getting better, and I understand that, but I still think in 5 years the tool's going to be dead. I still think that air tools will still outlast electric tools that are built right now. I still think air tools are still out. They're cheaper for one. They're easier to service. I rebuild all my own air tools because that's what I did when I was on the tool truck. I learned how to rebuild all my own air tools, and I sold that service to my customers so I could get the tool back to them faster than anybody else.
Yeah, I did that several times, replacing broken anvils and vanes in the motor and stuff like that.
So, I mean, when I know the convenience of electric tools is awesome, but it's really hard for me still to get that through my mind because I still don't see electric tools outlasting the air tools. So I still like my air tools to an extent. Do I have a lot of electric tools? Yes. I do like buying them because I'm a tool addict. Let's face it. But
I was the same way 2010, 2011. I had air tools. I didn't want battery tools. My dealer was like, hey, try these new when the lithium stuff finally came up with Snap-on. I was like, no, I had the 7.2. I had the NiCad crap. It was horrible.
God.
The batteries died instantly. They had no power. I'm like, no, the batteries are hundreds of dollars. Absolutely not. I'm not investing in that crap. So when the CT8810, the 3/8 lithium impact came out, he said, look, I just got this from SFC. I'm leaving it with you. Use it. If you like it, fine. If you don't, give it back to me next week. I said, okay. That afternoon, I called him. I said, hey, you got that 1/2 inch too? I need this shit. Bring it to me. I was hooked right away on the lithium stuff. See, if you were dealing with the NiCad stuff, I can understand. NiCad stuff sucked.
Well, I had the 14.4 Makita stuff. The 14.4 Makita, that was hot shit. When that came out, that was the baddest tool.
Well,
but guess what? The batteries were garbage. They didn't last for nothing. You didn't even get a year out of the battery on them. And then you're like shit out of luck on them. And it's been an absolute. I have a 19.2 Craftsman set that I have still. And I thought I was making myself a good deal. Sold all my old Snap-on. Sold all my old original Mac tool stuff. Mac Tools Electric. Sold all my Makita stuff. One bundle and paid for a brand new set of 19.2 Craftsman. And I was like, oh, yeah, this will work great. It'll get done when I need it to be. And now I'm sitting here. Craftsman's gone. So I'm back into another set of tools that's absolutely worthless, with no support for batteries. I have been screwed so many times in the last 20 years on electric tools that I have a bad taste on them. And then I go and buy a set of Milwaukee ones, and I take it back to Northern, and I have to play the game where I went back 4 times to get a stupid hex impact.
Northern tools sucks anyway. That was your big issue. Northern is the shittiest place to buy tools. They're overpriced compared to anywhere else on Milwaukee or DeWalt, and I just hate that place. It's basically become the Harbor Freight for farming. I got
coupons for them. I had $100 coupon, so I got a good deal. Obviously, I did my shopping.
Right.
So I should have bought it off the Cornwall truck.
Back to that point, though, what we were talking about the Bear. Where was that? The Bear was talking about how U.S. Snap-on power tools are. Okay, back to that. So Murphy, North Carolina. Air tools are made and assembled at Murphy, North Carolina plant. The power tools, the batteries are made in Taiwan. No one that I know of, other than Tesla, messes with lithium-ion cells in the U.S. Everybody else has their batteries overseas just because it's so cheap to get third world countries to mess with lithium-ion and the expense and cost of making them and the hazardous material. The switches, the triggers, and the snap-on impacts were Chinese. I think they had Chinese motors, but the anvil, the hammers, all the forged stuff, the nose cone was U.S. made on snap-on tooling. And I think the plastic shells, the moldings for the shells, I think were made in the U.S. Not by Snap-on. They were outsourced from another company, but it was another U.S.-based company. Because for a while there, we had issue. A lot of you probably noticed that Snap-on orange tools and red tools are very, very close in color. They had a long 2 or 3 year period where they couldn't get the orange and red colors right on the colored tools from this outside source I can't remember the name of. But there was some other comments about Snap-on stuff under that. That was the bear. Mr. Subaru, if you think that's bad, have someone back on a real estate deal. Yeah, I can imagine that.
This pisses me off though when people do talk shit about that, about making U.S. made stuff when it's assembled here. I mean,
right.
At the end of the day, it's better that it's assembled here than getting completely overseas. At least, like DeWalt's the same way. DeWalt does the same thing. That DeWalt and Snap-on are probably the only two ones that are actually assembling electric tools in the U.S. Now, I understand you're going to get better motors out of where they're coming from. I mean, hell, Baldor shipped overseas. They're the best electric motor out there for a lot of stuff, and look at where they're at now. They were all U.S. and now they're gone. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's better that they're at least hiring and paying Americans to at least assemble it. Much, again, it comes down to. Actually, I can't defend them on power tools. They're marked up through the damn roof. They're Snap-on raping people on battery powered tools. Air tools not so much, but the battery powered stuff, it's just so overinflated. The price on them is ridiculous. Now, again, why I would never carry them if I went back to Snap-on my truck, because I don't believe in the product, so I'm not going to sell it to nobody.
Right. Yep.
I don't. I love Milwaukee stuff, but I despise that they're made in China. I hate they're made in China. I wish Milwaukee would move back to the U.S., but since they're owned by TTI Industries, and that's a Chinese company, they're probably never going to. Rigid Ryobi, Milwaukee, and like two other companies I can't recall are owned by TTI, which is a Chinese company. So they're going to make them in China. They're not going to come and make them in the U.S. So that's just the piss poor thing about a great company that used to be All-American Milwaukee that's now a Chinese company.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've got some great choices for tools. I choose DeWalt now because I'm obviously a Mac guy, and that's my choice. They're not as powerful as the Milwaukee. There's no doubt about it, but that's what I like. I'll be honest with you. I think that DeWalt is a lot easier to deal with than even Milwaukee, but that's just
I've never had to warranty any DeWalt stuff.
Right.
I've had one Makita tool had to be warranted. That was an ordeal just because that was a bunch of bullshit. I've had several Milwaukee batteries and tools I've had to warranty, but like I said, within a week I had a brand new battery or a brand new tool. Much quicker turnaround than Snap-on was. But let's catch up. They've been chatting away over here.
Oh yeah,
made in Taiwan. Yeah, I mentioned that they're made in Taiwan. Snap-on bacon on reputation. Someone asked us something. Darren Robinson right there. So CP the Tool Addict, Mr. Subaru, I'm kind of confused because Lyle has a master disconnect set that Mac has and a few other brands, but the product says USA made, but their cases are Taiwan cases. You're talking about the Lyle fuel line disconnect set. Matco rebrands it. Snap-on rebrands it as Blue Point, and Mac rebrands it. As far as I know, the Blue Point set and the Matco set are in gray plastic, the same as it is sold as Lyle. They just have a sticker on the clear window on the case. And clearly it's Taiwan. I've never told anyone it was made in USA when it's not. Anytime anyone asks about Blue Point or anything Blue Point, I'd straight out would tell them it's China or Taiwan. I didn't lie and say it's USA made. Anyone that asked me where something was made on my Snap-on truck, I told them the truth about it. I'm not going to lie and say it's all made in USA.
Absolutely.
That's just perpetrating more BS that when they find out that, hey, he lied to me, they're just going to shoot you in the foot.
Yep. But, that's where you're going to find a good tool dealer versus a bad one right there. 100%.
That Lyle set on the Mack truck, is it in a red blow molded case or is it still the
Yes,
gray case?
it's in a red. I got that same set. So it's a different color, but it's red on the
Right.
Mack truck. But it is Lyle.
But it doesn't
we
say
have
made USA. It don't say made in USA on it, does it?
I don't remember it ever saying. You know what? I honestly never looked.
I mean,
to be honest,
some Lyle stuff is made in the USA though.
Yeah, it's right here in Clarinda.
Yeah,
it's right here in Clarinda, Iowa. So yeah, there's some of it's made here, but yes, some of it is imported and rebranded. Lyle does rebranding too. It's not just because they're here. Just like Klein's here also.
Yeah. Hunter said the Milwaukee warranty also starts from the date you bought it on your receipt. That the receipt and where you bought it and when you bought it has nothing to do with it. I've heard so many people say that, oh, you can't buy Milwaukee from Amazon and have a warranty because Amazon's not an authorized dealer. Never in any Milwaukee stuff have I ever tried to warranty. Have they ever asked for a receipt, proof of purchase, anything? They just want to know the model number, the serial number, and you slap a sticker on it that they give you a prepaid shipping sticker. They'll run the serial number and they will. That's all they do. The whole conspiracy about don't buy Milwaukee on Amazon because you won't have a warranty. I don't see how that would ever come into play because they've never asked me for a receipt in anything I've sent them or proof of purchase or anything like that. So I think that's a myth that's been spread around the internet.
Yes, cordless is good for field work. That is. I will agree. There's some conveniences to it, and there's some times. Still don't understand how Snap-on gives a lifetime warranty on the head of a tech angle, but only a 1 year warranty on the body because it's a torque. It's a measuring tool.
Simple. The ratchet head on the tech angle torque wrench is the exact same as the ratchet handle on any flex head ratchet. It's a regular $5 ratchet repair kit that we have on hand that we can replace 1,000,000 times. The electronics that go into the tech angle torque wrench, being a torque wrench and that they don't keep calibration and people abuse the hell out of them things, which fabric, yeah, I can't even speak right now. It boggles my mind that some people throw around the torque wrenches and crap, especially on those tech angles, because them things cheap. That quarter inch one I just bought was $650 for the quarter inch that's just 224 inch pounds or whatever. I've got probably $2,000 between all my tech angle torque wrenches, and I send them in every 2 years and get them calibrated. I set them down carefully in their casing, double around, hit the ground, nothing like that.
Mine sets in a diaper.
Yeah, like I don't get that, but I rarely have I ever seen an issue with a tech angle, lest it be someone dropped it or abused it or something like that. Rarely do I ever see them fail due to like a bad solder joint or something on the board or anything like that. I just didn't see it as a dealer. So again, test equipment only has a 1 year warranty, no matter what. Anything electronic, scan tools, the digital torque wrenches, the mechanical
tools have different warranties.
Yeah, the new scan tools have 2 years instead of 1 year, but it used to be 1 year on the scan tools.
Well, some of the stuff too now, if they sell like Matco's rebranded launch ones, they have they have a different warranty where it's lifetime because it's a tablet or something or whatever. Getting into all that shit anymore.
But they're useless. I've used them before. I've played with customers before. I'm like, why in the hell did you buy this over a Veris or a Zeus? Like, you paid more for this piece of junk. Or people that buy like the OTC Encore, that was the biggest piece of crap I've ever laid hands on. It is slow. Oh my God. I've never understood why anyone paid the money for an Encore.
The Mac MDD10 is basically a Bosch platform tool. I will say that it is slow, but to me, it had its benefits. I am not a fan of the Snap-on scan tools at all. I would never buy.
I'm 100% Snap-on scan tool. Like I've used all of them as a diagnostic, and like Snap-on scan tools are like the thing for me.
I can't get over how worthless they are with anything besides domestic. I mean, that's my biggest.
Now that was an issue for a long time on the Germans and Japanese, but like starting with update 18.2, 18.4, they are pretty much on par. The problem with that is when you look at Snap-on scan tools, Snap-on goes to each individual manufacturer and pays them a license to access 100% legally. Launch and Alltel, the reason that they can do all these modules and crap in German cars and stuff, it's because it's all Chinese pirated software. They buy the cars, they reverse engineer, hack the software, and put it in a scan tool. That's why it's so blanketed. Like if you go into with an Alltel Maxi system or the Launch, one, they both got sued in class action lawsuits by Ford and GM, and both Launch, or I think Launch almost went bankrupt from the Ford Chevrolet lawsuit. Alltel got out of it some way. But if you look, like they have generic menus, like you can go into a Chevrolet Corvette and it'll be like rear window wiper module. There's no rear window wiper on a Corvette. It's just something that they put on there on every vehicle because their software is like blanketed generic BS no matter what car you're hooked to. That said, I've had customers that had an Alltel and he hooked it up to a newer 3 Series BMW, and scanning it fried a module and had to have the car towed to the BMW dealership, a module replaced. Yeah, I've had customers that have had issues with this is the older like gray brick Alltel, one of the first ones, where it screwed up a customer's car from hooking it up. I don't know if that's what he told me. I didn't see it, so he might have something up and blamed it on the scanner. I don't know, but that's what he told me.
I can tell you that hands down, my Launch, my little Diagon X431 will smoke a Zeus in most anything that if I got to use it on day-to-day basis, because I can actually do immobilizer functions on Jeeps, or not Jeeps, but Chrysler products where I've used the Snap-on and it sucks. And I'm just like, this is, and it should be better, but it doesn't have, well, first of all, let's fast forward this. Besides Launch, because I have access to codes, which is not easy to do for Chrysler, but I have access to codes. But now I have the new
gateway for the 2018 and newer. Yeah,
yes.
A bunch of bullshit.
So
that's going to be hell for the industry. That whole secure access gate now, and I swear they're making it. That should fall under the Right to Repair Act. That should not be even a thing right now.
7 codes most dealerships will give out a day. That's it. And some dealerships won't even give them out because that's what Chrysler's only limited them to. But I do a lot of key programming. So I got the new IM 908 Alltel, and that thing just destroys. So I don't even have to call Chrysler now. Now I can get the codes out of them when I'm using that Alltel, where you can't do that with the that's what my biggest thing was. I used the Zeus against that Alltel, and that's why I went with the Alltel again, was because of that right there.
The Zeus you used, did it have the intelligent diagnostic and the data? See, that ruins that tool. I didn't buy it with that on it because I don't need the intelligent diagnostic. That's for like young kid training them, which I'm iffy on that whole thing too. That substantially lowers the price up because the list price on a Zeus is like $14,000.
Yep, it takes down to 10 without it.
No, it's more than that. If you don't get the data package and you don't get the intelligent diagnostics, I think we're trading in my Verus Pro that was like on 14 or 15 update. I bought my Zeus in 2018 for like $4,200 difference between my old Verus Pro and the Zeus. I think it brought it down to like almost half price. I think it was like $6,800, $7,000 without data package, and also being former dealer, I'm sure I had a little bit because I know how it works.
It does good power balances on Fords. It does really good. The Snap-on's really good on Fords and GMs, and actually not bad on Chrysler.
What I was getting was it's way faster and way more responsive without intelligent
I agree with that.
On it. That frees up so much memory on it and so much RAM. It's a different machine.
Right. And then I do like the fact that Snap-on actually pays. It's just like the Snap-on Torx bits. That's another thing. People don't realize that people, when they call them star, like the Mac RBRT bits, they're star drivers because they don't pay for any of the Torx rights. Torx is patented right. Snap-on actually pays to have the Torx. There's 3 different kinds of Torx, and Snap-on actually pays for that. That's why some of the Snap-on tools are more expensive, because they're actually paying for the rights to patents and not bootlegging them like half these other companies are.
Right. They call it Star Drive. So does Coken. Chris, jump in the comments on that. I think he said that they had like exclusive rights to use Torx TORX in their socketry. Like they were one of the first ones to get the right to use it, or they had it patented on it or something. I can't remember what it was. But I know Chris said something about Coken and the actual trademark name of Torx for the fasteners. There was something in the comments. We keep getting, everyone's going a mile a minute.
Yeah. You got 125 people in here. They go real quick.
Oh yeah, he said the Hatzet springless torque wrenches, as Chris corrected him, it is a Stahlvilla where you don't have to set it back to 0. That's a pretty cool torque wrench. It's got like an actuated bar and a spring rather than an actual long spring. I don't know exactly how it works. I just saw a cutaway video on YouTube that was in German, so my German's not so great. So I was just looking at that. But yeah, it doesn't really, it's supposed to not need calibration, I think, but you don't have to set it back to 0 either to risk tweaking that spring out of calibration.
Yeah,
Next set says items are U.S. made, but the blow molded case they come in says Taiwan. I think that whole fuel line disconnect set is actually Taiwan.
Yeah, I believe it is too.
Actually, I think that the metal scissor fuel line for the GM, I think that piece in that kit is USA made. Yep, I think it's by itself USA.
I'm actually positive, 100% positive. I just used it the other day, and I think I actually noticed it said USA made on it.
But I'm pretty sure all the plastic ones are Taiwan.
Absolutely.
Like the little rainbow colored ones with the handle on them, and then the little white AC line disconnects. Those are all Taiwan. But I'm pretty sure that metal scissor one is U.S. made because I think there's a patent on it. I think Snap-on maybe had, because Snap-on sold that exact same one as a Blue Point, but it was one of those rare Blue Point USA tools.
You know what?
Back up here.
That's like Wild Tools builds a lot of stuff for Blue Point for USA.
Yep, there you go. The issue I've seen most with tech angle torque wrenches is people leaving batteries in them and leaking them out. I'll always remove the batteries from them anytime I'm not using them. 100%.
Me too.
I've seen that happen too. Beam style torque wrenches, yep, they're good. Let's see, split torque wrench from Snap-on. That's another good one. They don't really need as much calibration as a regular spring type. Back to the Max. I hate companies that cut corners on CPU and memory to save a few cents on expensive point. Yeah, that was when I had my old Veris, my Veris Pro. They still had a standard hard drive in them, and they were on Windows XP. I actually, I'm not going to say too much because I might actually get in legal trouble with Snap-on and Diagnostics, but I modified my Veris Pro to have an SSD solid-state hard drive, and I may or may not have got it working on Windows 10, and I may or may not have had it booting up faster than a brand-new Zeus with me meddling with it. So that's one reason I like Snap-on scan tools, the Veris and the Zeus, because they're Windows-based, and I can hack them and build them like a laptop or a PC. So I can make them do things for very cheap that they never would do from Snap-on direct. Like my Veris Pro would outrun a new Zeus on startup. Like I think I had it to a 3 or 4 second startup between pushing the power button to being loaded into Windows.
My launch it fires up fast. I will say that about my launch. It's smoking fast. It fires up. That's why I use it for. Huh?
Is it Windows or Android based?
Android.
Okay, that's why that would be.
Yeah, it fires up absolutely freaking just stellar. That's why I use it for most of my stuff when I'm doing most of my diagnostics. If it's nothing, and then if it's something I got to get it, I break out the other tools for it. But I use that thing to start off because it's fast. That's the number one reason why.
Snap-on and Matco had to pay Chrysler $10,000 to get computer information. This started in 2019. I'm pretty sure it was more than $10,000. They paid a lot of money to get the gateway going, and now we all have to pay a subscription fee if we want access to the gateway. But there is a workaround to that. I've seen someone did on like a newer Ram. If you take the entire dash and center stack, that humongous stupid touchscreen that's in the new Ram trucks that controls the AC and the HVAC, if you pull all that crap out, there's supposed to be a regular OBD2 connector back there that you can regularly scan the vehicle with. But if you want to just hook it up under the dash like you've always done, you've got to pay for that stupid gateway access to get into the car to scan it, which is stupid as hell. It's kind of about as useless as the new R1234YF refrigerant and getting rid of 134A. That angers me too that now I got to buy a $12,000 AC machine if I want to start working on AC past this model year, and that stuff
Well, I'll
is
tell you what.
way more
When you
expensive.
do,
The machine is twice as slow to work. The stuff is flammable now. There's like so many downsides to this stuff. It's ridiculous.
you got to use nitrogen to test for leaks.
Right.
You can't afford to use the
the
fluid.
Won't let you put they won't inject it if it finds a leak. The Snap-on one won't.
Yeah, Snap-on one's really nice.
They just need to go to compressed carbon dioxide refrigerant, but DuPont can't.
Why not use propane?
But DuPont can't patent that, so they've got to make their own formula they can keep making their money on. 3/8" 100th anniversary tech angle wrench just mind boggled me a bit about the electronical body. Seemed to sum it up basically. Yeah. Crap, the track just jumped. Where was I at? That's probably because BMW are pricks. They gatekeep the codes. Yeah.
Yeah, they are pain in the ass. You got to have that auto logic.
Forgot the zeros and need to move the dot. Yeah, Coken's wobble fix was their patent, i.e. wobble plus. Yep. Coken's the wobble plus wobble fix extension's another patent I didn't mention earlier when we were talking about patents.
Oh, really?
Yep. Let's see. Do you key program with the Launch Mini?
Yes.
CP. Good here, Mr. Subaru. Wouldn't Snap-on make you sell the cordless tools? They would send them to me as my initial inventory, but I could new tool return them, and then I wouldn't have to. Could cancel any other orders they tried to send to me, and I could, as a tool dealer, get a wholesale account as an outside vendor for Milwaukee. I know plenty of Snap-on dealers that sell Milwaukee on their Snap-on truck and plate because they're the same way as us. They're fed up with the 18-volt stuff. You sell it to guys, you got to send it in to repair all the time. All the time you're getting bashed by Milwaukee guys. My stuff took this off of your Snap-on struggle. I mean, it's the truth. That's why I switched to Milwaukee. It's cheaper, more powerful.
Bad.
Yeah, I mean, it made me switch. Midwest Tool Reviews. I got some Coken quote-unquote products coming over to the channel. Also got Nepros and also goodies coming soon. Why do you got quotations on products? What's the nefarious air quotes around products for? You got some Coken drugs? What's the
I don't know what that was.
Night TV tools. That's what I was thinking.
He got Coken a sponsor. Is that what you're saying?
He got some cocaine. Is that what he misspelled? Products. Air quotes. CP program semi truck keys with a line.
You got to have the heavy duty. Got to have the heavy duty application.
Like the Nexus IQ. Someone mentioned that before. Yeah, I forgot Nexus is owned by Snap-on. We bought them recently. The Snap-on ProLink is just a Nexus IQ rebranded in red rather than blue. Yeah, that thing is a worthless piece of crap.
Oh my god! I get a video on that. Holy shit! I could have used a sundial to get that thing to boot up. See you later, Kingsport Tool Review.
Everybody.
See you later, Client Graphics. I mean, we still got 107 people in the chat.
Right. They're just being quiet and watching, I guess. Snap-on cordless is way, way overpriced. 100% agree. Overpriced, underpowered, and under warranty. Does not build to last.
I'm out on their anything in their 18-volt. I agree with that, but I think they build the best. Their 14.4 battery is the best one on the market.
The CT761 is great. The ratchets are great, but other than that, the cordless screw gun, meh.
Oh yeah.
What's the point?
No, the polisher. I'm not in.
They burn up so many of those polishers. That new brushless die grinder, no, I'll take my Milwaukee over that. The new brushless impacts, they won't have the rocker switch anymore, which everyone loved the rocker switch. That was like the winning thing, but because of brushless,
they are getting rid of it.
It won't work with a brushless motor. You can't switch a brushless motor that fast without screwing it up because of how a brushless motor works compared to a brush motor. Coken tools might as well be Coke to you, Mr. Subaru. Well, I reckon it's tool addiction, drug addiction, probably about the same amount of money out of pocket.
Oh,
but at least I'm not like I'll tweak it out and my teeth falling out for buying Coken tools.
Yeah. Midwest Tool Reviews got a sponsorship opportunity. That's awesome.
Nice. What is the Solus Edge scan tool Snap-on is getting ready to discontinue distributing the software update for? So the scanner is about to become a brick. Yeah, the old Solus Ultra, I think they've already discontinued updates for. I'm not in the loop anymore, not being a dealer with stuff like this. I used to know all this stuff. I would assume the Edge is going to be updated probably for a little while longer because it's not been out that long. And the Edge is being replaced with the Triton, I think, is the motor replacement. Or is that I don't even remember now.
Triton's the motor replacement.
All right, Triton is the motor replacement. Zeus was the Varus replacement. The Solus replacement was the no. Edge was when they went from Ultra to thinner was Edge because there was the Varus Edge, the Modus Edge, and remember it was the Solus Ultra, then the Solus Edge, then they went to the Intelligent Diagnosis one. It's something Greek mythology because we've got Zeus, Triton, Apollo. The Apollo is the Apollo is the Solus replacement. It's basically just the Edge with Intelligent Diagnostics. That's the only thing that's different with the Triton, Zeus, and the Apollo. The old base model, the Ethos, I think the Ethos is getting an Intelligent Diagnostic upgrade. Maybe not. They might have discontinued Ethos. It never sold well for the price. I didn't really take a lot of them in. And then they recently came out with a motorcycle scanner. I don't remember the name is. I think it's like the MT9000 or something. I know they had one in Japan. Snap-on Japan had one, but a lot of the Japanese Snap-on scan tools, do not make it to the U.S. because they're not on OBD2, and there's complications there between software and stuff like that. Snap-on air ratchet, strong as hell, very well built. Yeah, the Eld FAR 72C, 70 foot-pounds, that was a knuckle breaker. That new PT, what is the new air ratchet? PT 725? I think.
Well, they got a new one out?
Yeah, well, I say new. It's been out since like 17 or 16. It came out when I was still a dealer full-time. It's like a composite-bodied 72C. I don't think cordless tools won't hold up long-term. So far, I've had that's another issue I see is how people treat their cordless tools. I would get people bringing me abuse. I would have people bring me CTR 761, the cordless 3/8 snap-on ratchets, a year old, and like all the rubber's peeling off, like all the plastic is destroyed on it. Looks like they drug it behind a truck. My original version, chrome neck, first version CTR 761, because they've had the CTR 761, they've got an A model, B model, now they've got the C model, and now they've got the Brute, which is I think a D model. I've got the original, and it still looks brand new because that's another thing that ticks me off about tools. When people say, oh, your tools are too nice and too clean, you don't use them. As much damn money as I got invested, damn right I'm going to sit here and clean these things off every day. I'm not going to lay them in a tub of oil. I'm not going to pour transmission fluid over on them. You know, I take care of my tools. You take care of an investment, it takes care of you. So, yes, I spend time cleaning my tools and polishing my tools. It's not because I'm some little idiot that's afraid to get them dirty and I don't work. It's because I want them to last for as long as possible. You know, you take care of them and they'll last. It's just like a car. My videos about, you know, Subarus getting 200, 300,000 miles. Anything mechanical, whether it be a car, truck, a tool, anything. You take care of it, it will take care of you. It will last longer.
Absolutely. This must be I think this is a single guy thing. Like we're the same like this because I have a truck that I've got 200,000 miles on it, and I'm willing to fix it and drive it versus paying a car payment to be, you know, because it just makes sense to me. Why pay $700 a month when I can go and fix my own car with the tools that I already own and not have to spend the money? You know, I keep my shit nice.
Right.
You know, it'll last you forever. 300,000 miles on a Subaru, and it looks like brand new. And it's a nice one, too.
Like I said, I paid $500 for it. To now, the 7 years I've owned it, I've got $4,900 in it. If I spend the other $4,500 to make it 100% new mechanically, why not? It's $4,500 and I'm done. My property tax is like $20 a year on it. The insurance is nothing on it. If I go buy a new car, that's $400 or $500 a month. for the payment plus $100 and something, jacked up high full coverage insurance on it, high property taxes on it. My 2019 WRX, I think the property taxes was $900 the first year I had it. Like, it is from a standpoint, financial standpoint, it is way cheaper to pour money into an old piece of crap and keep it running than buy a new car. New cars are horrible investments between the depreciation and what you pay and insurance and everything else. I understand why people buy them. If they didn't buy them, the auto industry would fail. But, it's not for me. It's not a worthwhile investment to buy a new vehicle. What we got here?
Truck addiction would be cheaper.
Got the BOGO on swivel sockets, going to use them tomorrow. Nice. Someone else said something about that swivel socket BOGO earlier. Blue Point air ratchet. Those things are all. Some of those old Blue Point air ratchets were actually made in Japan. For a long time, Blue Point was Japanese air tools. I don't remember who made them, but I've got some of the old Blue Point Japanese stuff. But now they're Taiwan and they're not as good. Yeah, CP, you look like you crashing out over there, Bo. You need to. Oh shit! That's 1 o'clock. I didn't realize it was 1 o'clock.
I'm starting to have some issues here because I'm going to the hospital for the next 4 days tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm starting to think I'm going to have to probably wrap it up here because I need to take my meds and probably lay down.
That's cool.
I'm gonna be in for surgery for the next 4 days, so it's it's not a good deal at all.
I've got it to the point where I can't talk. When I was
I want to talk.
I'm starting to get raw in the throat because for 2 days, for 4 hours, I was constantly taping over and over again, getting takes for that Coken video I made, and I kind of got my voice a little raw then, and then tonight it's just I'm getting to that point where I can feel it starting to burn. It's like, all right, stop talking for a couple of days and give it a rest.
What do you think? Let's answer this one, and then we'll start to wrap it up. What do you both think it's best?
Oh my God, that's a loaded question to finish on.
I honestly I think that you can't go wrong with a Snap-on or a Mac. I know that It's a Tool thing's got a Cornwall. I like the Cornwall, but he did have some problems. I did like the video that he showed on it, what the fixes he did on it. The Matco box, I think is not well. I think my problem with the Matco box is that it takes up it uses a bunch of space, the wasted space.
But yeah, that stupid T they got in the middle between their top drawer and the middle.
They don't have that anymore in there. Yeah, they got rid of those.
For the longest time, they had that.
Yeah, right. The thing that they do though is they shift drawers. They have the same size drawers. Like the Snap-on has a 60-inch drawer, and I think the Matcos are like 55 or something. But it's the same size drawers. They fool everybody. It's smoke and mirrors with their toolboxes. If you look at their toolboxes, they'll all have the same size drawers, and they just move them in different configurations.
Right.
So it's.
But do you remember that Matco video they put on YouTube a couple years back where they dropped a Snap-on toolbox and a Matco toolbox on a piece of I-beam and all that?
Oh, yeah.
We sued the absolute hell out of them for that because the whole video was staged. I actually slowed down the video, took screenshots. I posted about it where they dropped their toolbox. Their toolbox had a humongous dent in it. They switched scenes, camera views after the hit, and replaced it with a brand new box and said, hey, look, we dropped it on the I-beam and it didn't dent at all. BS. Then they talk about comparing it was a 5 series or 6 series box compared to a Heritage series Snap-on, like the lowest tier Snap-on box. Like, okay. Yep. I'm getting the point. I can't talk.
No, I know too. I just had to stand up and stretch a little bit. But no, that video was absolutely dumb. Yeah, they drop it on a corner and show that. It's sales gimmick. There's a lot of that crap.
Like once a week I drop my toolbox on a piece of I-beam channel. I'm glad you made that video to show that your box is better at that than mine.
Snap-on did a good video where they did it. They ran it over the train tracks. There's years ago that there's a good Snap-on video where they ran it
Or they park
Ran into.
the giant dump truck on top of the KRL boxes.
Yep. But there's an older Snap-on video back when I was selling tools. Would have been in 2004 where they did it, and they took all the toolboxes and they tested them until they ran one over a train. I ran it on a treadmill and ran it for like 5,000 hours.
I remember that one. Yep.
That was pretty cool, even though it didn't matter to me, but it's all irrelevant now because none of them are made the same way.
Right.
And they were showing a Master Series, and they're completely different now, but
I gotta cast my vote for Snap-on Epic just because I own one and I like them. And
right.
I've sold many of them. I know how they're made. I've seen them being made. If I had to buy another toolbox tomorrow, I know it would be I'm glad they brought the teal color back. I want a teal with black trim, Mr. Big. That'd be the next box I get. I wanted a white and black forever, but I think I'm gonna go with teal and black. But I definitely get a Epic Mr. Big.
Man, I would rather have two 68-inch Epics. I think if I was gonna go that route, I would definitely take an Epic toolbox. I wouldn't be disappointed with it because I like the latching system on the Epic, and I know that Snap-on.
I couldn't have a Master Series. I don't like that stupid plastic BS, the lock and slide latches. I hate that. Oh
yeah, that's the only reason why I'd never buy a Snap-on box before. The Epic box is the only box that I would ever buy from Snap-on because I can't stand that lock and slide. Not only that, I've never liked the Master Series because of the fact that those little ledges collect dust and they get scratched up. You know, it's unfortunate because it's an actually nice box. If they just change the handle design on it, it'd be great. Especially they just came out with that new KCP. I really like that new KCP box for a smaller box, but it's the same shitty handle design that they've had. So,
that's why I bought an Epic impulse drawer pulls. I didn't like that stupid latch. So
I can't believe I didn't know you got rid of your 60-inch Epic. I was actually surprised at that.
I traded it for the Maximizer cart and some tools.
I didn't know that until you said that in that video. I thought you still had your 60-inch Epic because that's actually I would actually be good with taking two 60-inch Epic boxes. To be honest with you, and then putting a locker on. I don't want a power drawer.
Right.
To be honest with you. But and the other thing is I don't like hutches. Not a big. I don't want a top box though. As dumb as that sounds, you know. I'd rather have lockers and nothing on it.
You can't get in the drawers on top boxes unless you're like me and like 6'4", and you still got to stand on your tiptoes and look in the top drawers.
Yep. Well, anyways, guys, I gotta shut it down because I gotta get some stuff taken care of here. But this was an awesome live stream. I wish we could go on and on and on. 4.5 hours. I mean, this is definitely. We could talk about this stuff forever. There's such good stuff to talk about. I mean, it really is just absolute, you know, trying to get this information all out is not something that's easily done. We tried to cover it in 4.5 hours, and I still don't think we might have put a dent in it.
That's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. So appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate Robert being on. And, you know, you guys all have a great weekend, and I'll keep you updated what goes on with me. So thanks a lot, guys.
Later.